My name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind. A collection of quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand it, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, helping one to be their own story doctor, helping one to fix their story. The idea being that if a child has a life event early on that overwhelms him, he can't know it, he can't perceive it, he can't accept it, and he squelches his feelings as a result, and then feels afraid of his feelings. That's considered a trauma, to lose our feelings like this. The singer says, "There's nothing I can do." Well, there is something that we can do. We can weave a basket. We can weave a collection of quotes together, theories, ideas, knowledge, bring it together, raise our consciousness, okay? And then the feelings come back into ourselves. One poet said, psychoanalysis looks for an egg in a basket that's missing. Okay, this song you're hearing in the background called The Dream by Rick Santers, one of our musical voices. I'll make a reference to why I'm playing this here in the beginning in a minute here. The idea is that we want to raise consciousness and weave a basket, and then the feelings come back in. Yeah, this is a challenging song actually. I'm going to try to slowly see if I can understand it. But it's a great song nonetheless. Rick Santers said that he got this melody that he's singing. He got it actually from a dream. While he was literally dreaming, he woke up and remembered it and then wrote down the notes. So this melody came from his unconscious. Okay, that's a point that John Sanford talks about. That we're trying to have a dialogue with our unconscious. And the general term for this is spirituality. So that's our unconscious self, our repressed self, our unknown self, our secret self, our denied self. So much of who we are, we lose it with trauma. Primarily the main image is we lose the golden ball. The golden ball goes down the well. Then the princess asks the frog to bring up the golden ball. So she's accepting that the golden ball is lost. Is facing the complicated feelings around that. So that's something primal, like the frog, and then so she's accepting like a regressed part of herself and making the link that she feels regressed, and that's why the ball is down the well. And this kind of work, this kind of recognition, this kind of acceptance, it's kind of like weaving a basket, and then our feelings come back into ourselves. So once again, a very famous poet said, psychoanalysis looks for an egg in a basket that's missing. So we want to use these quotes to weave this basket of knowledge. Okay, so just as a bird makes a nest, and then there's going to be an egg. Well, we weave this basket of knowledge, and then our feelings can come back into ourselves. All right, thank you, Rick Santers. Yeah, underappreciated singer. He was the lead singer of a band called Santers. They just put out 4 albums in the 80s, I think. And then he did one solo album called Revitalize, which this song you just heard is off of. And then lately he did a single called Lovesick, and we played it a few times. So Rick Santers' most recent single is called Lovesick. Good song, and he describes the metaphorical feelings of spellbound, falling in love, this whole, and then unrequited love. He feels lovesick, this whole area. What he's talking. Let's pick up on that point first. So that song, Lovesick, in the last video done right here, a lengthy video, when the baby's relating with his mother in the beginning, he's going to remember that relationship and create like a neural networking system based on the human relationship with the mother. So neural connections, human connections lead to neural connections. So because of the fusion, okay, the baby's mind is kind of blurred in with everything around him, the mother. So what the mother does with the child, he's remembering it, and it's being set in him. Okay. So let's say there is a problem with the relationship with the mother, and the term for this is relational trauma, interpersonal trauma, attachment trauma. Okay. And then he remembers this, that he had his needs and feelings got squelched, mother said no, wish for love, mother said no. That's a kind of, and this went on and on. And then the golden ball goes down the well. It's called repression. The byproduct is he feels petrified, turned to stone, unreal like the velveteen rabbit, or frozen like the woolly mammoth, or wooden like the carpenter who wants that little wooden toy to come to life and be I don't know the whole story. A carpenter took a block of wood, carved out like this little boy there, and he kept praying, oh come on, I want you to come to life. So that's a metaphor that we might feel kind of wooden or flat like that, and then wanting to come back alive, to feel alive again. So in trauma, the point is in trauma, when we lose the golden ball, again, the golden ball, vibrancy, vitality, alive, radiant, we feel present, animates, so we feel, another term for is embodied, we feel embodiment, we feel it in our bodies, we feel alive, I feel, therefore I am. You got your golden ball, and you have your ontological self, your psychological self, you're connected to yourself. So that's sort of the natural state of affairs. And you know, and all babies have that in the beginning. But when the baby's traumatized, he loses it. And then he's afraid of it the rest of his life due to simple, basic, classical conditioning. He's conditioned to be afraid of it. So the issue is, how do we heal this? How do we heal from attachment trauma? So again, attachment, the baby must attach to his mother. No baby can make it on their own. The baby must find some way to have a safe, he's looking for a safe attachment. So in normal development, he develops a safe attachment called a secure attachment style. Now this secure attachment style means that the mother's going to meet the baby's needs for the first, most in particular, during the tender time when the baby's laying down neurocircuitry, he needs a secure attachment style to feel safe and secure and seen and responded to and respected and all this. And that allows him to develop emotionally, to get his to separate from the mother psychologically and have his individuation, a sense of self. And then he knows his uniqueness, and then he expresses uniqueness. And when he has that differentiation and of I'm okay, you're okay, so in his mind memory system, it's mother loved me, I felt safe, I know myself, there was a mother who loved me, so I'm okay, you're okay. That's normal development to get that kind of secure attachment style. That's called a psychological birth, actually. The psychological birth is roughly at the age of 3. The mindset is, and the feeling and the attitudes is, oh, well, I'm okay and you're okay. You know, it's perfect, but that's okay. But still, we're people, we're wounded, not perfect, but I'm okay, imperfect, you're okay, imperfect. We can talk about things. And so there isn't, in that case scenario, in a healthy development, there isn't wildly exaggerated fears being projected from the past into the present, distorting the present because of the unfinished business, the trauma in the past. And then no one's making sense anymore because you're projecting the past and the present. So when there's trauma, the tendency is to project the past into the present, to see if somebody in the present can be the good mother that was needed in the past, because we don't want that traumatic past memories. So let's go back to the song Lovesick here. Oh my God, do I have it online here? Okay, let me I might not have it. Let's see, I might have it. Hold on a second. Geez, I haven't played it in such a long time. I might not have it. Let's see, hold on a sec. Santer's Lovesick. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Well, that's too bad. Yeah, okay. Hang on a sec, what about here? Santer's. Yeah, okay, no, we don't have it, huh? Lovesick. Do you see it there? No, I don't see it. Okay. It's been such a while since we played that song. It's a good song. Look it up. It's called Lovesick. Another lonely night. Another, how does it go again? See, I'm not online here, so I'm not going to be able to dig it up. Yeah, okay, sorry about that, but there's a very good song called Lovesick by Rick Sanders. Hang on a sec. How about here? Oh, we do have it. Hang on, let's play Lovesick. Yeah, let's play Lovesick. So let's play Lovesick. I do have it actually. So I mentioned this in the last video, so I'll just do it briefly here again. When the baby is laying down the circuitry with the mother, the neurocircuitry, and there's a problem there. It's a convoluted attachment style. It's a painful attachment style. It's a memory system that causes them to be frozen. Okay, the golden ball gets zooped down the well, meaning his feelings and sense of self kind of gets squelched or repressed into the non-reporting brain. So it's recorded in the non-reporting brain. Okay, it's repressed, implicit memory system, pre-verbal memory system. It's the dream world area, the mythological fairy tale world area. Okay, primary process mentation. So you got condensation because of the timelessness, displacement, symbolization, doublethink, things are flipping around, things are wildly exaggerated. Okay, so the cat in Alice in Wonderland describes it as mad. Like there's no, don't expect conscious logic in there because there's no time, things can flip around. Okay, so in the primary process world, that's the myth and fairy tale type of world. And long ago, people would say, well, that's spirituality, this whole area. So we like myths and fairy tales because they describe our primary process world. So myths and fairy tales are metaphors for psychological inner dynamics. Myths and fairy tales describe this primary process mentation. Myths and fairy tales depict our inner life for the first 3 years. Myths and fairy tales are metaphors for psychological trauma. Myths and fairy tales describe our inner trauma that we don't know. Myths and fairy tales is like making a conscious of what's inside, so we feel some recognition and some validation of what's going on within. And there's a common pattern with everybody because we're all homotraumicus. So all of the storytellers around the world, okay, in any place around the world, the mythology stories they all have the same patterns because we're all homotraumicus. So when Homo sapiens, we used to be Homo naturalis, global village, tolerant personality, I'm okay, you're okay. 10,000 years ago, overstimulation with the discovery of farming and agriculture, roughly 10,000 years ago, we mismanaged it, and then the reactivity around it, we ended up as a traumatized version of ourselves. Then the storytellers came on the scene. What's going on here? So they so this innate drive for healing. So the storytellers were the shrinks back then, okay, and the philosophers and the ancient philosophers, Lao Tzu, Confucius, and then you got the literature guys, Ibsen and Goethe and Freud, and this whole know thyself and heal thyself it's been going on for a long time, right? Yeah, primary process thinking. Oh, yeah, okay, so the traumatic memories are recorded in what's called the non-reporting brain. Basically the first 3 years of life. So the baby remembers everything, but he's not conscious of it, hence it's unconscious. Okay. Now, if there's a lot going on in the unconscious, if there's a lot of trauma there, that means the golden ball is there. So the shadow is considered golden, actually. A lot of what's in our so-called quote-unquote shadow, meaning we don't know. Shadow means you don't see it, it's dark, you don't know it. That means it's in the non-reporting brain, the implicit memory system. So myths and fairy tales usually talk about forests. So forest, why do they talk about a forest? Well, it's usually dark, you don't see what's inside, and there might be some gold in there. So they would make a story like that. Well, the unconscious is like the forest. We got to go in this dark, mysterious forest, so we don't know what's going on in there because we don't understand the primary process world. Right? We're looking for the treasure, the golden ball. Now we're going to face memories. Okay, we're going to face all these scary things, meaning our feelings. When we were a baby, we were enraged. So we project our rage feelings onto the mother and create an image of the mother as a monster that wants to eat us. That's primary process thinking. That's what a cat means. It's mad. No, the mother isn't a monster that wants to eat the baby, but the baby in his unconscious might think that. Because to cope with his rage, which he can't, it's too much excitation, he projects it. Okay? His unmet need to take in ended up ultimately with a fantasy of oral greed. So now he's got rage and oral greed. He's got to project it out to not accept that it's within. It's too much, it sends him too much stress to admit that it's true about. If the baby really accepts and knows the mother's hurting him, and he's so raged, he can't know all this. So as a trick, he's going to project it. It's kind of a compromise like that. It's called a defense mechanism. So in the unconscious, in his brain there, and some imagery, again, the baby thinks in images in the beginning. It's called pictorial memory, pre-verbal memory. It's pictorial memory, symbolic memory. Yeah? So it's all these images going. So the baby makes an image of the mother that represents his projected traits of rage and oral greed, puts it onto the mother, and thinks the mother's a cyclops. So in the Odyssey, the cyclops was eating the people. Hansel and Gretel, the witch wants to eat the people. White Bear King Balamon, the boar queen, eats people and uses the bones as toothpicks. Very, very graphic, wildly exaggerated. That's what the cat means. It's mad in there. It's like this crazy mad thing, right? Things are wildly exaggerated. Nothing is directly you don't take anything at face value because things are projected around. You know, that reflects how a person can't know something. So things are moving around. It's trying to work its way. It's like a labyrinth, you know. That's why we're trying to make things conscious, and we're trying to accept things. Now, to accept things, we need consciousness. We've got to weave a basket. So here, for example, in the 1001 Windmills of the Mind, we now have 10,000 quotes to that end. 10,000 advanced self-help quotes in this general psychoanalytic perspective. Okay, so again, I'm not a shrinker professor, so maybe one of the benefits of my maybe selecting these quotes is that I only have a BA, so I'm picking quotes that are sort of in that middle ground. I've avoided all the magical thinking of the fluffy self-help material, most of that, and I don't really get too much of the archaic, obscure jargon by the shrinks, so I kind of avoided that. So the middle ground was the friendly, helpful, warm-hearted quotes from the shrinks, and maybe the more reasonable, intelligent self-help area, and you got this whole middle area. So that's what these quotes are, 1001 Windmills of the Mind, this sort of middle ground. And to the best as I can recognize them to be, they fit Grice's criteria for communication: relevance, manner, quantity, and quality. Okay, so quantity. These quotes aren't too long, not too short. Usually just 1 or 2 sentences, maybe 2 or 3 sentences. Occasionally there's a short paragraph. They're very manageable. So the quantity, I feel like, is manageable. Now the manner, it's most of these quotes, the vast majority of these 10,000 quotes, let's say 90% of them, you know, so 9,000 quotes of them come from the shrinks. So these guys they've done the introspection, they've been analyzed, so they have empathy. So when they write, they come from this empathetic perspective. So these quotes have a very helpful manner because it's an empathetic manner. So that's very helpful to have that kind of manner. The relevance and the quality, yes, that's what it's all about. It's teaching us this second language. It's all relevant in the area that it's helping us to be our own psychological detective, existential detective, story medicine detective. Okay, so weaving this basket, and quality, that's very subjective, I suppose. But the idea is that if you read some quotes and you get little ahas and things, and then you got a dream and things loosen up, you get little therapeutic turning points, that's quality, because now you're getting back on track, you know. So we can call them therapeutic TQ quotes, therapy quotes, because they're just generally in the area of making the unconscious conscious. Okay. So another bridge is we want to make the unconscious conscious. We want to add, give, lend secondary conscious understanding to our primary mentation. Make a link there, and that reorganizes things because we recognize the past. Okay, that's like comforting a crying child kind of thing. Okay, and the child calms down. So we're doing the same thing. We want to recognize the primary process mentation. We reorganize the memories, update the memories with better understanding, analogous to how a baby is soothed when the mother calms them down, kind of thing. But now we're reorganizing the memories. Lowell's metaphors: the ghosts are laid to rest, and then they become ancestors, serving us, helping us. So instead of running away from our feelings, like Orestes was running away from the Furies, okay, when Orestes saw the two sides of a situation, okay, when he saw the yin and the yang, like the two sides of a situation, and saw the reality of the situation, and did the forgiveness process, that's a whole topic about forgiveness. Then the Furies became the Eunemeides. The feelings served him, and they were the sentries for the soul castle. Okay, so he found his psychic house, his inner home, and the feelings are like the sentries to his soul house castle, right? So in other ways, Odysseus finally got home to Ithaca, and then he got reunited with his feelings, Penelope, the symbol for the feeling side. And Ithaca is like the psychic house. Okay, so Robert Bly says, we all live in a psychic house called the soul castle. So when he got back to Ithaca, that's the metaphor that he got back into himself, and the feelings come in. I feel, therefore I am. So in the Odyssey, for example, or in any myth or fairy tale, all of the characters are fantasized imaginings, fantasized personifications to represent or express some psychological element within one mind. So all of the characters represent all of the psychology traits within one mind. So a whole myth is like one long dream, put it that way. And so myths and fairy tales, and they're true on the inside. And myths and fairy tales are kind of like dreams as well. Sanford says, if you wake up and you get a dream, say to yourself, well, that's like a letter from your unconscious. That's a letter from your unconscious self sending you a letter to your conscious self. It's as if, so when you get a dream, it's like a letter. It's like a bird flew across to you, sending you a message. Or, Hermes flying across, or the Pied Piper flying across. The Pied Piper is an emissary of these unconscious processes. Right? Hold on one sec here. Oh, look at that, the sun's coming out. Oh, great. So Sanford was saying, if you get a letter from your unconscious self, your secret self, your second self, your shadow soul, your repressed self, your denied self. Okay, so Robert Bly's metaphor for the unconscious self is that by the age of 5, much of who we're meant to be and our true self, and who we would be if we were loved properly and all this, that gets pressed down. So the image is, it goes into the non-reporting brain. So the non-reporting brain, okay, again, if the brain sends us information and we get it, that's our consciousness, our awareness, our mind and all this, that's what we're looking for. Now our brain would like to send us much more about what happened, and so we can accept it and not be frozen in the past, but it's blocked, it's afraid to do so because we don't have enough of a nest. So if there isn't enough of a nest, it means a consciousness, then the non-reporting brain is blocked there because there's no nest, right? Like you might send an egg, but where's the nest? It falls back, it doesn't work, right? So that's called the non-reporting brain, the knowledge in there. Okay, so this non-reporting brain, we don't see it, it's unconscious. So Robert Bly's metaphor for the non-reporting brain, it's like this bag that we drag behind us. We don't see it, hence the idea of shadow, dark, we don't see it, unknown, like the non-reporting brain. We don't see it, we don't know it, it's dark, unknown, like the forest. Similar idea. So he said the bag, so we all have this bag that we drag behind us, he said. And by the age of 5, our golden ball goes in that bag. For 90% of the people in North America, by one estimate, they lose their golden ball. So there's a lot of trauma. We're homo traumicus, and there's different little case scenarios around it. But anyway, in general, the golden ball goes in, and that means our lost uniqueness is in there, because we didn't differentiate to know our uniqueness because of the trauma. When there's trauma, our ability to think and have conscious thinking and making links and make association, that gets damaged. Okay, that image is the scarecrow in the Wizard of Oz. Okay, now if the child loses his feelings and needs, that's kind of like a soul. So that's the Tin Man. feels empty and hollowed out kind of thing. It's a sort of an exaggeration, that one there. And then because we don't know why the feelings are like that, the person doesn't know why the person feels like the Tin Man, empty and all this, or petrified, frozen, turned to stone, unreal, number, whatever. And then his endorphins, you know, mechanical maybe, I don't know, like unreal, like that kind of thing. It's just an approximation, right? Because he doesn't know, because the person doesn't know, that's because the scarecrow is off in another corner. So because there's a broken link between the scarecrow and the Tin Man, the person feels disconnected from themselves, or metaphorically disembodied. That the symbol for that is the cowardly lion in another corner in the dream world, right? So things are kind of fragmented. So Dorothy is the part of the mind that's trying to line things up again. And at the same time, we can say, let's be like Dorothy and try to line up, make the link between why we lost our feelings with the knowledge. So strengthen this, help the scarecrow, tighten up the straws or whatever, make him a firmer character, let's say, metaphor. So weave that basket. So yeah, there's the straw, right? Make him resemble more like a wicker basket or something. Put some shellac, or make him like a vessel or some kind of stronger container kind of thing. And then they can link in with then the knowledge. The line there can be to the Tin Man. Oh, that's why you're like this. I have the knowledge. Now that's going into the body. Now it's connecting into the body. Okay, so the Dorothy is sort of the part of the mind that's trying to restore this kind of thing, right? Okay, so if the golden ball goes in the bag, so it's very vibrant in there. Yesterday's quote, somebody said, is 90% of the shadow is gold, your lost potential, your who you'd be loved, right? Who you'd be had you been loved, meaning loved enough to get to the birth, psychological birth. So even knowledge that the person's supposed to go through some kind of developmental process, a knowledge of what their needs. They don't even know that they needed love to emotionally develop. Self-awareness about themselves. They're afraid to know themselves. There's psychotic pockets in there. There's holes like in there because it's a very lost, dark kind of down a tunnel, down a cavern, down another tunnel where the light is never shown, and there's maybe a huddled, frightened child there crying and all alone. Our pureness is kind of lost and scared and unknown, dark. Maybe the kid maybe doesn't. Now they don't show it as a kid. They might show it as like a kind of character to represent the kid. So now you got like this echo turning into a statue. So now you got a statue in the bag there. You got to warm up the statue and help the statue to come to life, kind of thing. Like it's all wild in there. It's just metaphors to try to conceptualize what's going on with our memories. And our memories we think in pictures. Sometimes they get kind of. If there's going to be a meeting beside me here, I might have to move. Yesterday they had a kind of some kind of meeting right next to me. And it's funny lately. So let me do my disclaimer at this point here. I have been analyzed, so you'll see my anxiety in many ways, obviously, right? With my ums and ahs and stops and starts and self-corrections and little. When I get distracted easily. It takes me a while to get back on. I'll talk about something. What was I just talking about? Oh, that's what I'm gonna go back. That's all my anxiety coming up, right? I haven't been analyzed. I've said in several videos already. If I had the funds, I'd be on the next flight. This flight tonight, Joni Mitchell, Dan McCafferty. Yeah, that song, This Flight Tonight by Dan McCafferty, it was originally a Joni Mitchell song, but Joni Mitchell's original is kind of boring, but Dan McCafferty sings a great version, This Flight Tonight. So if I had the funds, I'd be on a flight today and get an analysis. And grief is healed when it's witnessed by a caring other. I would need that kind of safety to recognize and admit things. Okay, so the truth will upset you free. but you need a sort of level of human safety interaction. So grief is healed when it's witnessed by a caring other. So the safe, understanding other, that allows the safety for the feelings to come up. See, the theory is, I guess, the two people in the therapy room, there's a kind of a container there already. That's like a nest there, like a safe nest. The two people in the room, a little ritual, a little routine there, agreement about it, understanding about it. And the therapist, of course, is not going to use the client to meet his needs. So that's obviously, so he's been analyzed. He's there to, he recognizes, so he's a caring witness that way. Okay. Then the person feels safe for the feelings to come up. Just in general, when we feel safe, our feelings come up. So we're looking for the safety. We're always trying to find the safety to get the feelings to come up, right? It's like a delayed onset, right? When people are afraid of their feelings, they keep manic and busy. You know, yesterday's quote was about Mary Poppins. Oh, you're afraid to feel sad about something, so as a defense against your feelings about sadness about something, you're putting on this manic Pollyanna Mary Poppins act on me here. So that was like a defense against feelings. Okay, so by the age of 5, roughly, so much of our true self, our nature's greatest miracle, everybody's unique. And yesterday's quote by Sanford was about, we need an ego to hold and express our uniqueness, but we need that ego. So he was saying, like on a stem, every leaf is a little different. So the human version of this is we have a consciousness, and we're all a little different in our uniqueness. And that's the Great Spirit's way, how there's no two perfect identical things out there in nature. That's the Great Spirit's way. Interesting, right? About nature. Like in nature, yeah, like every leaf on that tree is different, right? No two leaves on that tree are perfectly identical. It's the same with people, right? But in the case of people, for us to express our unique leafness inside, or uniqueness inside, our leafness inside, we need a consciousness. Now, when the consciousness is damaged due to trauma, we don't know our uniqueness or our leafness. So ironically, the leaf is more individuated than many humans in that sense of expressing your uniqueness. It's an exaggeration, right? His example was, you know, the tiger, any animal like a pigeon, he's fully individuated. But with humans, the thing's completely different because we have a consciousness, and we need the consciousness to express our uniqueness. But in trauma, we lose our consciousness, so we don't know our uniqueness. That's the trauma. We're looking to heal the trauma so we can know our uniqueness, express our uniqueness, and then we feel as good as maybe a happy cat would feel, or whatever. Right? No, it's different. When we express our uniqueness, we get the pleasure of that. So in normal development, joy runs the console, the serene, inexhaustible fullness of being. I'm referencing the Disney film Inside Out. Okay. So joy and sadness represents our golden ball, our wide range of feelings, appropriate feelings, needed feelings, aliveness of feelings. Joy and sadness, just sort of a shorthand for our whole sort of feeling self. Now when joy and sadness are zooped away, right, or pressed, meaning sent into this underworld, lost in the forest. Remember, joy and sadness are in this magical, unknown world, right? That's the unconscious. That whole movie is like imaginings of the unconscious. This dream world is, and things flip. So that's why it's animated. You need like fantasies and cartoons to describe the sci-fi and all this. To describe that kind of world, right? So when joy and sadness are zooped away, because sadness is away and joyness is away, what's left? Anger is there. We feel angry when we lose our golden ball. So that's why the person's going to be angry all the time. So that means we're missing on the joy. That means we don't enjoy the pleasant. We don't know our interests. We didn't differentiate, can't mourn because sadness is frozen. Empathy, reparation, gratitude, a lot of the more quote-unquote human side of being human is kind of frozen away. That's our treasure. That's our gold. Right? It's in the bag. So Robert Bly says so much of who we're truly meant to be, capacity for mutuality, gratitude, for in many cases depending how severe the trauma is. For some people, all of their gratitude's in there and reparations in there, depending on how early the trauma is, different degrees. So much of who we're meant to be, our individuated selves, in this bag, a lot of gold in there. And we carry this bag with us all of our lives. We spend the rest of our lives trying to get it back. So when we get a dream, that's like a little message trying to get it back. It's like the unconscious self is sending a letter to us. So Sanford really emphasizes this. He says, long ago, ancient times, they would call that whole bag area the spiritual realm. So they would say, well, the unconscious, here's a stretch here, to emphasize this, that this is the whole spiritual. He said, if you got a letter from, let's just stick to modern times. So if we were to create a character to embody all of our lost, disowned traits, who we be had we been loved, and then the treasures, and create some kind of character. But this character is also going to represent our ability to voice, our ability to grieve, our ability to go through the grief work process. So you feel angry, you feel scared, you see a wide range of feelings, aliveness of feelings. So this character is going to be very vibrant, full of gold, but it's going to express our inability to mourn. So it'll mourn for us. This character has a lot of vitality and so on, right? So if we create a character, okay, in a metaphysical science fiction story, metaphysical imagining character, in literature it's the motif of the double, and create some kind of character that represents all of us, that's repressed, unknown to us, but it's there and undeveloped, and have it emerge into this other character. Okay, so in literature, it's the motif of the double self. Okay, so that's the bag, basically, right? So this double self, this secret self, this unconscious self, this repressed self, this denied self, okay, this shadow self, the shadow soul. Okay, Robert Bly says, he quotes a poet, it's the one who walks with me, who's not like me, but who is me. Someone's living my life, and I know nothing about him. Okay, so this character is alive when we sleep at night, right? The dream. It's going on all the time, right? Even when we're conscious, there's an unconscious going on all the time. So there's the unconscious and the conscious, right? Maybe that's another way to think of the yin and the yang. Maybe that's right? The yin is the unconscious, the feelings, lost feelings, and the yang is our consciousness, right? Maybe that's part of it too. Let's see if I can update that one. See, the yin-yang symbol is a powerful image of the self, because if you imagine the totality of that image, okay, there's a harmony. That totality of the self, okay, is that we have an inner life, our feelings, our inner world. Okay, that's the yin, the dark portion, and there's a kind of a curvy line there. That there's like a dialogue and an acceptance into our doing, because we have our being. So the yin is the being, the yin is the joy and sadness runs the console. Then when joy and sadness runs the console, it's the feeling. Then out of that feeling, our doing is going to be a healthy, warm expression of our uniqueness. That's the yang part, the bright portion of it, right? So our doing comes from the feeling. If the feeling is there, our doing is healthy and natural. If the joy and sadness is, so Woodman says, if the doing is distorted, that's because the feminine principle is damaged, like the wounded feminine. She said the distorted masculine, the doing, or the yang, comes from the wounded feminine, or the yin, right? So just that recognition that our doing comes from the feeling. So get back to feeling our doing is healthy. If the feeling is lost or something, then our doing is distorted. Kristen Wilson puts it this way: if you're not in your body, that's the yin. You're not making sense. That's a distorted yang. Okay, so if you're not in your body, that's the wounded feminine. Then you're not making sense. That's the distorted doing, or the yang. And then she says, in that case, you're not making sense because you don't have your sense of self, your ontological self, your feeling self. So you're not making sense. So what you're doing is, what is it? Then she says, it's disembodied discourse. The doing from the wounded feeling, that's causing all kinds of confusion and problems and misunderstandings and so on. So get back to feeling, Okay, so to get back to feeling, we got to read the letter from our secret self or unconscious self. Mary Woodman has a 2-tape set thing called Language of the Soul. So dreams are the language of the soul, right? Language of the soul. Okay, so it's the... So yeah, so we could say this is the whole soul realm, spiritual realm, and all this unknown yin area, right? So if you get a dream, Sanford says, say to yourself, it's like this in my soul today. This must be the place. So one self-help exercise is TTAQ in a notebook. Whatever you remember when you wake up, TTAQ, an acronym. Give the dream some kind of title, identify sort of the general theme, A for affect, and what question is your unconscious self asking you? If your unconscious, your double self, your secret self, were a person asking you, your conscious self, a question, what might that question be? TTAQ, title, theme, affect, question. There are other ways to prompt, to facilitate some kind of dialogue between the unconscious, between the conscious self and the unconscious. Edmund Burglar sometimes calls the unconscious self the puppet master, and our conscious self is like the puppet, and the unconscious self is getting us to recreate and restage and then relive the problem with the mother in the nursery. It's as if the unconscious self is saying, hey you, conscious you, it's me, your unconscious self. I'm trying to communicate to you. I don't have words, but I'm getting you to orchestrate and do a theater thing, like a psychodrama thing. And we're going to do a recreation of your nursery trauma with the mother, using others in the present as stand-ins or like a theater thing. Masterson calls it transference, acting out. You're going to transfer the past problem with the mother in the present and then act out the whole thing. Like you're going to be an actor, others are co-actors, and you do the staging thing. And that's the unconscious self or the puppet self trying to make us conscious, as if to say, hey conscious you, notice what I'm getting you to do. That's my way to communicate what happened to you in the nursery. I'm trying to make you unconscious conscious. So that's like a letter from your soul, or that's like a letter from your double self. Sanford said, Woodman said, if you get a letter from your soul, from your inner child of the past, from the spiritual realm, from the soul realm, from your fill in the blank. If you get a letter from your own puppet master, don't you want to read it? Kind of thing. Now, if you don't read it and you brush it off, that means you're not paying the Pied Piper. So the idea is you got to pay the Pied Piper. It means respect what the unconscious self is telling you. That's called paying the Pied Piper. So the Pied Piper is like a character that represents, he's like an emissary of these process, similar to Hermes. So the 57, so we recently discussed the 1957 fantasy film called The Pied Piper of Hamelin, and the one key feature of that film is that the same actor played both the Pied Piper, the emissary of the unconscious, flying around, poof here, poof there, magical, and all. Any character that's like magical like that, that's like an emissary of the unconscious processes, right? Things are trying to circulate. Somebody in the film asked him, hey, Mr. Pied Piper, what are you? Like, who are you? What manner of man are you? He said, well, do the best you can to figure out yourself. Oops. Oh, doing okay here? Yeah, okay. If they have some kind of night function, I'm going to have to leave early. Let's see, how's it going here? What is it? It's now 2:45. Yeah, usually a good time to do a video. It's sort of mid-afternoon time. Okay, so in the story, the Pied Piper, they didn't listen to him. Now, his spokesperson was a man in the village. The actor who played that man, Truco, was the same actor who played the Pied Piper. So I think that's a very good reminder that we live in two worlds. Just how the same actor, what's his name, Van Johnson or something, that same actor played both characters, the unconscious character and the village present character. spiritual realm and the mundane, what do you want to call it? We live in these two worlds, right? So the true code, the land version, the interpersonal village character, he was saying things, he basically voicing the kind of things that the Pied Piper is trying to represent. And they were ignoring true code, they were scapegoating him, they brushed him off. And then the Pied Piper, which is the same thing, you know, this is, you're hurting the soul here. And we see that by the children being starving in the village, up the mountain in the forest, hungry, alone. That's a symbol that our soul is like a crying baby alone in the forest or something. What are we doing like this? And it's no. True code says children need love, children need play, children have needs, children are little people. And the corrupt, the very traumatized king, he's very resistant to the inner life. Very resistant to inner life. Like he was doing a Jekyll and Hyde thing. He was very resistant to it. So he was promoting the splitting. He would deny, no, forget it. And he treated the children very badly. And things got worse. Because he treated the children very badly, the mountain opened up and the children were sent into it. That's now the soul is like deeper repressed. And then things got worse for the villagers, right? So, okay, happy story. Finally, at the end, they get it. And they demoted that corrupt. He just means he's just so resistant to accepting that he's hurt and vulnerable. He's resistant to understand that the cruelty that he's inflicting on others is a mirror to know that his mother inflicted cruelty on him. And he doesn't want to make that link. And he's married to mom and he's just repeating it. And he sings this song, yeah, power, prestige, grandiosity, manic denial of loss, because he's just so traumatized. So they demoted him and made True Code the true leader kind of thing. And then the children came back from the mountain kind of thing. That's like the healing image, that the children came back. That was reunited with the children. So we get back our feelings kind of thing. So that'd be like joy and sadness coming back to the console. You know, in the Disney film, I said out joy and sadness finally got back, and then sadness ran the console. So the person accepted the loss. You need sadness at the console because mourning is about remembering, not forgetting. This thing about, oh, get over, forget it, that's a manic defense, that's a manic denial that you can't. You need sadness, then you can remember, accept the loss, natural grief work process. Then the ghost is laid to rest, the ghost becomes an ancestor, get back in the present, then sadness and joy can swap seats, and joy is at the console. That's a serene, inexhaustible feeling, then they can enjoy the present. They can enjoy the present. So another characteristic of trauma is that we're not enjoying the present because joy is frozen. We're not enjoying the present. With trauma, we're afraid of the present emotionally. Yes, the person can still get 10 PhDs on the wall and all this, but emotionally, they may at midlife, there might be like a delayed onset, a recognition, a delayed recognition. Hey, wait a minute. I feel like I'm sleepwalking through life. I'm just going through the motions of life. I feel like I'm living, what's missing here? I feel like, when is life, I feel like I'm living the unlived life. I'm some kind of provisional life here. I feel like I'm sleepwalking through life, like a trance, life trance in life. What is all this? What's missing here? So he feels this. So he's talking about how he feels the endorphins. With trauma, the baby feels pain. He's swooned over with the endorphins. Enter Emily Dickinson's poem. There's a pain so utter, it swallows substance up. A pain so utter, it creates a psychotic pocket, a rupture in the psyche, like a basic fault line kind of, the golden ball goes down, and then one goes in a swoon. To not feel that pain, he's disassociating all this, loses golden ball, he's in a swoon. Okay, the brain sending him the mercy of the endorphins. So the person's living with these endorphins kind of thing. So he's not really enjoying the present because he doesn't have his golden ball. He's just this kind of survival mode, the buffer of the endorphins. That's another topic. Okay, let's go back to Rick Santos' song Lovesick. So the point I was starting out, let's go back to the basic point here. The baby is interacting with the mother and laying down neurocircuitry. If there's a problem there, Brody calls it unfinished business. The baby's stuck with the cry for love. he's stuck. Mother, I need love, I need attunement, I need reverence, you need to see me, hold me, make me feel safe. Allow me to leave you psychologically, to know myself. Let me recognize my leafness, my unique leaf. Every leaf is unique. Let me find my uniqueness. Nature's greatest miracle, I want to find that. I need you to see that I have that. And I see that in you. When you see that in me, the way you treat me, I treat myself. So treat me with love and all this so I can love myself. If you soothe me when I'm upset, then I can soothe myself. If you're present to me, then I'm present to myself. Okay, so remember the popular quote for children. Children need your presence, not your presence. Children need your presence, not your presence. So babies need the mother's presence so he can be present to himself. Okay, mother sees, hears, feels the child. Okay, the wiring is laid down, it's set in him. He can then kind of recognize, acknowledge, feel, sense, and feel himself kind of thing. Mother soothes the child. The wiring is set down. He can kind of soothe himself kind of thing, etc. Right? So the baby is crying for this positive interaction with the mother. It's not just about food. He needs like an emotional interaction called emotional feeding, reverie, attunement, etc. So the baby needs, for the first 4 to 5 months, an extended interpersonal social womb-like environment with. Okay, so like an extended womb, just the baby and the mother in this positive relationship, this interaction. It's called attunement or reverie. Baby sends his signals, mother gets it, she replies. Baby sends his signals, his needs, mother replies, recognizes it, understands, so she's attuned, motherly instinct, she responds. Okay, and it's musical, let the music play on. Just like the music played in the uterus, baby, cord, placenta, mother, placenta, cord, baby. 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, do, re, mi, baby, cord, placenta, mother, placenta, cord, baby, do, re, mi, 1, 2, 3. And so in the extended interrelational womb for the first 4 to 5 months, it's kind of like that. Baby has little signals and needs and messages. It goes to when the baby's suckling, the nerves in the child line up with the nerves with the mother. And there's like a line there, and mother instantly understands the baby and recognizes, then that's reverie and response. Okay, so baby, nerves, mother receives, adjusts, message, return, baby soothe, baby, nerves, mother, nerves, baby. Let the music play. It's kind of, they call it attunement. There's like a tune there, a smooth, rhythmic, just in time, right on time, pretty much immediate kind of thing that takes place. So babies need this kind of experience, right? If it's not there, it's going to be this cry for love. Cry for that or cry for love. So let's call that love, right? Baby needs that kind of, let's call that love, right? This attunement, reverie, and all this. So if the baby is going to have this cry for love, and it's for whatever reason it's missing, and the bottle might do it, removing the baby will do it at birth. Don't remove, barring emergencies and all medical emergencies and all this. Baby should be just handed to the mother to provide the continuity. Cord stays, placenta stays, called the lotus birth. Let the child have the secure connection to the mother. Then a day or two later, the cord and the placenta might fall off, kind of thing. So we talked about Klaus and Kennel's emphasis on the time sensitivity at the moment of birth, when the mother produces lots of hormones to help the baby latch and have that secure line. Okay, to establish that line, the hormones are there to establish that line when the baby's suckling. Then the line is there. If the baby's removed, the mother's hormones dissipate. She's deactivating her attachment system. Baby's return. Mother just can't automatically switch back her hormones. The baby might feel rejected by the mother, rebuffed by the mother. That's a trauma. Then he loses his extended paradise. He loses that 4 to 5 months called the extended paradise. So in the uterus, he has paradise, Garden of Eden, Shambhala, Shangri-La, Nirvana, Avalon, I guess. In myths and fairy tales, when they describe some kind of paradisical kind of place, I think they're referring, many people believe they're referring to this paradise that the baby had. Paradise. Eyes are closed, floating around in this oceanic feeling, oceanic bliss. He has his golden ball, so he's vibrant and alive. Assuming there's no prenatal shock trauma prior to that, where he's frozen in a prior place and then numb. Assuming that's not taking place, he has his golden ball. Now everything around him is just sort of taking care of him. Things are automatic. He doesn't understand separation between himself and his mother. He thinks the mother's like him or a part of him or serving him. So the power of the mother, is that his power? That's called narcissism, infantile megalomania, grandiosity. Maybe imagine a baby cloud blurred in with a bigger cloud, and the baby cloud thinks the bigger cloud is him. So the mother thinks the baby thinks the power of the mother and all that is like him, his power. Or because it's undifferentiation, fusion, merging, symbiosis, unio mystica or unico mystica. Baby's one with this big mystery. Okay, so he's got his golden ball, he's enjoying the present, he feels powerful like a god or a king. Robert Bly jokes, times were good. So that he's in a paradisical kind of place. Eyes are closed, amniotic sac. So oceanic oneness, oceanic feeling, oceanic bliss. All these phrases for it, right? Unico mystica. Now when he's born, he needs that to continue in the land version. In the land, so baby's in the water world. When he goes into the land world, he needs that interaction to continue. So first, establish the line there. Let him have the cord and the placenta because the cord's still pulsating, they say. Placenta links him to the mother, grounds him to the mother. You see, in our song we're going to play, the song we just played, The Dream, before, at the beginning, he said he was that the one where he's falling? Maybe not that song. In another song, the guy said he was falling or something. Oh no, Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan's clip. This image, the vertigo, the guy with the fear of height, the falling, the fear of this. Because the baby, if he's removed from the mother, he might feel like, where's my mind? Ungrounded, maybe he's like falling. That might lead to nightmares of falling kind of thing. Like that's just the fear of heights, in other words, might come. So let the baby feel grounded to his mother, connected to his mother kind of thing, right? So leave the cord and the placenta. He's gonna let him establish the line and the suckling with the mother. Give him a day or two for that, to get used to that. Then the cord and the placenta fall off on their own accord. So don't remove the baby from the mother, barring emergencies and special exceptions. Forget about weighing the baby. What a trauma. That's trauma right there. You remove the cord and the placenta. You don't hand the baby to the mother. Put the baby on a scale for a while. The doctor just lets him sit there for a while or something. No reason. That's just to traumatize the baby. It's part of the plundering and the pillaging attitude, that when babies are traumatized, they're going to have a philosophy that their rage and ultimate fantasies of oral greed, they're going to put that on some invisible entity that causes trauma and say that something out there is a monster that wants to eat him, and now he'll act like a shaming mother and have the philosophy, well, life is either eat or be eaten. So this infantile baby trauma leads to a later on belief of, well, it's my greed or your greed, my envy or your envy. This like eat or be eaten, dog, this kind of infantile traumatized brain thinking. It's the way maybe a traumatized caveman might think. I don't know, some people call it psychotic thinking, perverse thinking, disturbed thinking, distorted thinking. Not making sense, that's what Kristen Wilson means by that, not making sense. Okay. So babies shouldn't be traumatized. So Klaus and Kennel made a huge contribution to healing the human soul when they told hospitals, stop doing this. Hand the baby to the mother directly. Skin to skin contact, leave the cord, the room is warm, candles. They said maybe put a heat lamp to keep the room nice and warm for the baby. Don't shock them, no bright lights and these kinds of things, maybe candles, and let the kind of warm thing take place, especially since there are often little complications at birth. Let him have the cord and the placenta because that still keeps him connected to the mother life. And then he's making the transition to find the nipple and establish the nerve lines. So when you establish the nerve lines, the paradise continues, all is good. He's got a secure line with the mother. Now if that's not established for whatever reason, for example, the removal of the baby and all this, so if that's not established, the baby's looking for it. Where is it, mother? Where are you? So let's just call it the song called "The Cry for Love." Let's just say. So if the child loses that, he's going to freeze up. Endorphins. Golden ball goes down the well. Feels like stone inside. Feels like the Tin Man. His mind is fragmented. Okay, scarecrow, cowardly lion, Tin Man, and he's frozen in this traumatic place. Afraid to make links, afraid to know, afraid to think realistically. He's going to be irrational and not make sense. So the baby, not psychic pain, but it's numbed over with endorphins. shall I compare thee to an onion? It's underneath that we're talking about. Somebody said, in a quote, somebody said, I don't know what you're talking about, I feel nothing. Alvin Semrad's reply was, well, first of all, you're never not feeling anything. And if you think you're feeling nothing, that's when you're hurting the most. The endorphins means you're hurting the most. You just got the mercy of the endorphins, the numbing thing. Again, Emily Dickinson's poem, The Swoon. You're like in a swoon, you're floating in this dreamy-like thing, kind of the dreamy-like kind of quality, right? Okay, so let's begin this one about repetition compulsion. So the child has a song with the mother called "Cry for Love." A famous self-help author says, everything's love or a cry for love. If it comes right down to it, everything is love, the expression of your real self. I'm okay, you're okay, love. Okay, capacities of the real self, intimacy, affection, tenderness, gratitude, reparation, being an elder, generativity, spontaneity, kind of warm, creative play. You express your leafness, your uniqueness. That's extra happiness. By that, having it is one pleasure, and then sharing, they call it double happiness. So marriages become like fine wine because there's intimacy. They can share, make I statements. They can communicate with each other. They don't have to do covert lies and manipulations or something. They can be like kind of open and share themselves with each other, emotionally, psychologically, and no one's going to think that they're the ones being rejected or something. You know, if a person makes an I statement, you know, when you said you'd call at 5 o'clock and then finally you called at 6 o'clock and there was no message in between, that'd be a delay. You know, I was triggered and it reminded me of something in the past. And, you know, and then I think in the past I had a need that my mother was there and sometimes she wasn't, and I felt kind of abandoned or scared and all this. And those feelings kind of came up in the present by the present trigger. So that's like called an I statement, right? Something in the present takes place, you just describe it. It reminds you of something in the past of childhood where you had some kind of basic need for a trust and continuity, or trust and safety, and maybe to be seen and recognized, you know, loved and, you know, respected and all that. With the mother having a positive acceptance to, or maybe had those sort of basic needs that all babies have. When maybe that wasn't met, then the child felt sad or upset or something, and those feelings kind of got triggered up. So you share this knowledge to the person in the present. Okay, so you're not blaming the person. You're just saying, you know, when that thing happened, I felt these kind of feelings from the past. That's all you're doing. Just making an I statement, making it about yourself. And then usually there's a request, you know. I'd love some empathy about this. Like, how do you hear me saying this? Because I don't want you to think I'm criticizing you. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed you didn't keep your word that you'd call. So it's a little disappointment. It's not the cause for great rage. Like, the rage of the mother shouldn't be put at the partner in the present, right? But you're triggered, you're transferring the rage of the mother to the partner in the present. That's called trigger. So you don't do that. You just report what happened in the past and just share that information. And then the partner can say, oh my God, I didn't realize that behavior was a trigger. Then she might confess, well, okay, then she might come clean. You know, the reason I did that is because a week ago you did such and such, and then I was angry, and then so I purposely didn't call you to make you angry. I knew you'd be upset. Oh, I see. So what happened a week ago? Then she makes an I say, a week ago you promised this and do this, and I was like, but she bottled it up, and then she expressed her anger passive aggressively by not calling him. So you're making I statements back and forth. That's a whole. That's part of the love. When you're making I statements, that's actually an act of love. So everything, speaking your truth and all, that's an act of love. So everything's love or a cry for love. A lot of people are afraid to make I statements, right? So they're in a state of crying for love. Okay, so okay, wait a second. Let me switch arms here for a second. let me adjust myself here. How does this work? You know, these chairs aren't really, I gotta get used to these. These are awkward chairs, eh? No, I'm grateful. These chairs are way better than those other ones. Let's try this for a bit. Cry for love. Okay, so when there's trauma, Paul Libby Russell in TQ 2119, a key pillar quote here to 1001, Windmills of the Mind, the work of Paul Libby Russell from 2119 up to 29. We discussed his material there. So I think he really brings it, I think he makes it clear. He made it clear for me anyways. And then I think I posted the best quotes from his articles on this topic of repetition compulsion. So theory is, if the baby's traumatized, the organism seeks healing. So the trauma is going to click in this thing called repetition compulsion, where the child remembers that he was hurt, but at the same time, on a different level, at a different level, the child doesn't understand time. He doesn't understand time, but then he's in the repetition compulsion of that. So not knowing time, but he's now clicks in the repetition compulsion that clicks in when there's trauma, and the trauma clicks in the innate drive for healing to get, so the repetition compulsion means replay what happened, because the baby doesn't understand time. There's no time. He's always not now, but he's pained now. I'm not sure how to describe it. So the mother, a baby says to the mother, love, I need love. He's hurt. No time. No, love. Okay, hurt again. Or, so, no, mother, love. He's hurt again. Misattuned, malattuned, unavailable, absent, rough handles the baby, doesn't understand the baby, frustrated with the baby, blames the baby. Maybe uses the baby to comfort her, that'll do it. Maybe a variety of reasons. Some others might actually purposely, unconsciously purposely give their baby an insecure attachment relationship because she herself got it herself, and she's replaying it because the mother identified with her aggressor who did that to her. Now that her mother became the aggressive grandmother, and she's going to do to her child what her mother had done to her in a process called repetition compulsion. So when there's trauma, we repeat, and then recreate it, and recreate it, and repeat it. So the mother might be recreating her trauma with the child, using the child as a stand-in for her, and she plays the role of the shaming mother, shaming her child to replay how she had been shamed. That's her record. So the basic idea is all babies create a record. The mother has a record, put it that way, now the baby's going to get a record. So the baby's going to create a record. As mother, I need love, not shame, rejection. Mother doesn't see the baby, that baby feels rejected and shamed by this, right? So the imagery in myths and fairy tales, the earth opens up, this core gets yanked down into the underworld. Underworld, the hell scene, the fiery, okay? That fiery imagery in the underworld, okay? Myths and fairy tales describe inner dynamics. They're true on the inside. They're metaphors for inner dynamics. An emotion of shame is an inner dynamic. Shame is this burning, biting feeling, hence the fiery imagery of the underworld scene. So, and the baby's enraged as well, so the baby feels shamed by the mother, that's the fiery, and you might feel enraged and more fiery kind of thing. That's why it's the unconscious, we might have hell scenes, and we got to face the hell scenes in myths and fairy tales, meaning the metaphors, we got to face how we were shamed and how we were enraged at the mother. We got to face the greatest hurt of all, mother failed me. Okay, we got to face that maybe the mother used the baby to meet her unconscious needs. That's called getting the key out from under mother's pillow, discussed in the last video. I won't do it here again. In Iron John, a key scene is the protagonist's golden ball is locked in a cage. Well, the cage is in the forest, first of all, so he's unconscious. But then, oh my God, it's locked in there. He needs a key. Where's the key? It's under mother's pillow. Meaning, mother, under the pillow, meaning the mother's unconscious. Something going on with the unconscious of the mother caused the person to lose their golden ball. And the key is there, the knowledge is there. Meaning the mother used the baby to meet her unconscious needs. Okay? Repetition compulsion on the baby. Wanting the baby to take care of her. Thinking that the baby is rejecting her the way her mother rejected her. Maybe punishing the baby, thinking she's punishing the mother. So that mother is still in battle with her mother, and she's using the child as a stand-in somehow. As the mother seeing the child as her, and she's going to shame her own child the way her mother shamed her. The mother's going to maybe want the baby to comfort her, parentify the baby, because the mother wanted a good mother, so she's going to make the child say, see me, take care of me, be reliable for me, respond to me, respect me, because she wanted that from her mother. She parentifies the child, so she's meeting unconscious needs from the child. Because the bond is broken, the baby might be crying and all this. Mother might think, gee, my baby doesn't like me. Why are you crying? Why are you rejecting me? You don't like me, do you? So the mother is projecting how she believed her mother rejected her, didn't like her. She transfers that memory onto the child and continues that attitude with the mother to the child. The child stands in for her mother and says the baby doesn't like me. She's talking about the mother. Her mother thinking that her mother didn't like her. She just continues that, oh, the baby doesn't like me. No, nonsense. The baby's crying because the mother's not meeting the baby's needs. The baby loves the mother, needs the mother. No baby's going to say, I don't like you, mother. They're just enraged and angry if the mother's not meeting the needs, kind of thing. So don't punish that's insult to injury. The mother's not meeting the baby's needs. Now you're going to say, oh, you don't like me? Very shaming. Earth opens up. Miss Core gets pulled down into the underworld, and the feeling is the fiery thing, the shame, the burning, biting feeling. The baby's very enraged by this. Or joy and sadness gets zooped away. Echo turns to a statue, turns to stone. Something's unreal. Now you got the velveteen rabbit. First you had a rabbit, now you got a doll rabbit, the unreal. Remember the story, the rabbit wants to be real, come alive. Okay, Joseph Campbell's conclusion of his lifelong career. We're looking for the golden ball, to feel alive again, to feel real. Maybe I'll play that clip at the end. Yeah. Now, if the mother thinks the baby doesn't like her, she may express her anger at her mother, but she sees the baby as the rejecting mother and now punishes her own baby, thinks she's punishing her mother. Oh yeah, baby, you're going to reject me? Now I'm going to fight back. What? You think your baby is your mother rejected you? So this is considered how the mother unknowingly, unconsciously, okay, the secret is under mother's pillow. It's her unconscious. The key is there. The key is there to get back the golden ball. This knowledge. You've got to make this link here. Okay, this knowledge is called the truth will upset you free. Okay, now simultaneously in that area to grieve, we got to get sadness. We need sadness for this, because that's a huge loss to not have a positive mother experience. We need sadness, and how do we get sadness there? We need a floor for sadness to stand on. That floor is called differentiation. But in trauma, the child didn't feel safe to have that floor. He's still merged with the mother. He's even become the mother. He doesn't have that floor. So the thing is, as we forgive the mother, now we become a psychological existential detector around the mother. Okay, we can start with Bruce Springsteen on YouTube. Hold a second. I'm a little distracted by yeah, something behind me going on. I'm a little distracted here. Okay, hold on a second. But still, I'll take a few little distractions. It's way better than. Yeah, let me get used to this new. There's some kind of a TV going on behind me. Hold on a second. Or maybe that's outside. Or maybe that's some kind of a speaker from outside or something. Hold on a second. Let's just take a minute break anyways. Okay, so that's sort of a whole topic in of itself. Lawrence Hedges talks about this. A lot of authors talk about this. Okay, so everything's love or a cry for love. So the baby, the baby is shamed. No time, infinite, timeless, no time. Just this constant now thing, this constant, no continuity of past, present, future. It's just now all the time or something. So the baby doesn't understand time. It's timeless in the pre-verb. Remember, it's mad and there's no time, no time. It's a trauma, but there's no time. He's in pain, repetition, compulsion, but no time. This creates a metaphorical record, a vinyl music disc record with one tune called The Cry for Love, let's say. So the baby's going to create this record, The Cry for Love. Okay, love, not shame. Mother, no. Love, not shame. Ouch, no. Love, not shame. Ouch. It was mother. So let's imagine this as the one tune. Let's call it The Cry for Love. So this is like a conflict, of course. This is repressed, it's unknown. Okay. And it means the person is going to distort the present because they carry this record with them everywhere they go. In every new situation, they play that tune. Still singing that, crying that song, love, not shame. But in the present, they're just using others as stand-ins for the past. They're going to recreate the thing in the present, using others as stand-ins for themselves or for the mother or whatever, to do this reenactment. Love, not shame, love, not shame. So everything is, so they go through life crying for love all the time, basically, right? And there's two main forms for this. Okay, so Edmund Berger this comes from Edmund Berger, one of our mentors. He puts it this way: every neurotic is a music enthusiast, but he only has one record. This record, that Cry for Love that we're talking about. We're talking about those long playing old vinyl music disc records, right? Victrola, phonograph, like you put on a turntable, the one that goes around and around. So he carries this record with him everywhere he goes. In every new situation, meaning, in every time he sees a record player, phonograph machine, phonograph player, Victrola player, he has this one record. He sees a record player. He spins off that record with never-ending fiery ardor. He's going to spin that record, play that one tune that he has. Meaning he's going to recreate, to relive what's going on in the nursery with the mother, recreate, relive it. Love, not shame, love, not shame. Now this reenactment, here's a key thing here. This reenactment takes two forms. If the baby's very traumatized, he identifies with the aggressor. So when he replays the past and the present, he plays the role of the shaming mother, puts others in the role of his lost innocence, and shames others to replay how the mother shamed him, because that's what's on the record, mother shamed him. But when he replays it, he plays the role of the shaming mother, and then shames others to replay how the mother had shamed him in a process known as identification with the aggressor. So he's called one of the stinger personality patterns. So a variety of stinger personality patterns can come about with trauma before 18 months, called the stingers. Okay, I'm not going to redo that whole thing about the stinger personality patterns, but that took me like 2 hours, over an hour in yesterday's video. Interesting topic, important theory. Again, Robert Bly's advice: 30% of what you're hearing is wrong. It's up to each person to figure it out. These quotes are ballpark approximations, stepping stones for better ideas, clues, invitations for mutual exploration. So we're weaving this basket, so we're brainstorming, we're searching for clues. So there's no set perfect answer here. These are all ballpark approximations, that kind of thing. So kind of keep that in mind. That's what Robert Bly means when Robert Bly gives a lecture to the audience. He says to the audience members, "Hello everybody, thanks for coming out here tonight. Nice to see you all. 30% of what you're going to hear tonight in this lecture, in this workshop, is wrong. And it's up to you. It's going to be up to you to figure out which 30%. It's something like that, right? So there's no set answer here. Let's just be clear. Plus, I'm only the compiler of the quotes. I only have a BA. I'm just discussing and sharing. And I have I have a need to connect, so I have a fantasy audience. There might be a few little viewers. I don't know. I really am. Sometimes a video might say, you got 40 views. Really? 40 views? I look at the watch time. YouTube says, oh, the watch time is like 0.1 of a second or something. What? How do you get 40 views but nobody watched it? I don't get that. So I don't really have much of a viewership at this point. But in my fantasy, there's an audience, let's say, and I want to share and discuss it for myself as well. Somebody said, if you want to learn this second language, psychoanalysis is kind of a second language, you got to teach it. So in my approximate teaching, it's not really, I'm not truly teaching it, but I'm just discussing it and trying to learn it. And I am learning it as I discuss it. So I find this format that I'm doing kind of maybe helping me a little bit to reflect on these quotes by discussing it. And once in a while, yeah, little ideas come up. You know, when the video's finished, I'll think about it. Or I'll apply it in my life kind of thing, right? Okay, so just keep that in mind. I'm not a professor in all this. I'm only the compiler of the quotes. I'm just passing along the clues. Each person's got to be their own detective and pick up the clues and go for themselves. So everybody, again, back to the basket. Everyone's got to weave their own basket. Everyone's got to be their own basket weaver. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm just thinking about something behind me about a minute ago. Let me settle down. I want to get back to Rick Sanders' song "Lovesick," but let's finish where we are at the moment. Every neurotic is a music enthusiast. Okay, neurosis. What's neurosis? Neurosis is the petrification, this imprint of the song on the record, and it's set there like a template, like a schema, script, working model, okay, psychological imprint or mental template, some set wiring in the neural circuitry or whatever. It's the inner conflict. Neurosis is the petrification or the setting down or the laying down of this inner conflict, and the whole thing's repressed. It's a record, and we carry this record with us everywhere we go, in every new situation, new people, new place, new interactions, new whatever. We spin off that tune. We're going to replay that tune. If the baby's very seriously traumatized, meaning prior to 18 months, he freezes up prior to 18 months. Now, he's way more seriously traumatized if he freezes up before 4 to 5 months. Now, all of the personality patterns between birth and 18 months, we're calling them stinger personality patterns. Iago pattern, bully pattern, narcissistic pattern, lower functioning BPD pattern, and some of the more criminalic, we don't really cover the even more troublesome areas. You know, the guys who say something's only wrong if you get caught, these kind of really disturbed ones. It's sort of out of my zone there. But, so they're all the stinger personality patterns because they were very shamed by the mother, really shamed by the mother. And the way to deal with that, well, they just become the shamer and they forget about themselves. In fact, they'll just shame others the way the mother shamed them. That's how they're getting by. So they're married to mom. The mom shamed them. They shame others to replay the mom shamed them, and they're stuck in this loop of shaming others to replay the mother shamed them. Now they're doing this again and again and again. That's for them to be aware and to know that the mother shamed them. If they're shaming others, they're cynical towards others and all this, that's for them to know how the mother treated them. Alice Miller says, where do emotional abusers get their ideas from? A burglar might say, well, to understand the adult, as usual, the answer lies in the nursery. So the puppet master is saying to the person, hey you, I'm getting you to be negative towards others because I want you to see that that's how your mother treated you. And you couldn't accept yourself. Your mother didn't accept you, so now you don't accept yourself. You see your wounded, no good self onto others and shame others. To replay how your mother shamed you, you're doing this to know that your mother shamed you. So one shrink said to the client in a little therapy thing, I haven't analyzed, I'm just reading the quotes, sir. Shrink said, paraphrasing here, Shrink said to the guy, you're showing me here in this room with me what kind of childhood you had. What do you mean? It seems to me you're letting me know what kind of mother you had and how it felt being with her. What do you mean? It seems to me you're placing me in the role of you, you're acting like her, and you're trying to induce in me how you felt with her. What do you mean? Well, your aggressive things that you're saying and all this, and I kind of feel a little, I feel this pull to feel a little frightened and all this. I'm wondering if you felt frightened with your mother. You mean I'm acting like my mother And in my unconscious fantasy, I've placed my innocence onto you because you're safe to me. So I transferred my innocent, safe babyhood status onto you. And I've identified with the aggressor, and I'm recreating and reliving and reorchestrating this whole thing because I'm in this loop, and I'm doing this to know what happened in the nursery, and you're making this conscious so I can be aware of it. Okay? And then that's and then that would be a therapeutic turning point for me. That's the whole idea, right? So if he does that, and it's a therapeutic turning point, then he mourns the loss of the love that he didn't get. Okay? Then he goes through the whole grief work process, forgiveness process, okay? Empathy, recognition, and forgiveness. So you forgive your parents, heal yourself. Okay? Recognize that your parents were traumatized themselves. Okay? Bruce Springsteen said, you know, you're startled. You're startled to realize that your parents were just ordinary people. They had hopes and dreams. Didn't pan out. Oops. Hang on a sec. What happened here? Hold on a sec. What happened here? Sorry about that. Oh, geez. What happened here? I was just gonna play the Bruce Springsteen song, but I think I lost it. Oh, Jesus, what happened there? Okay, I was gonna play the Bruce Springsteen clip. I think I did something there. So look up on YouTube, Bruce Springsteen, Independence Day, Toronto. He says in there, you're startled to realize that your parents were just like people. Not just parents, but they were like people underneath it. Rosanna Deerchild, the more I learned of my mother's story, the more of a person she became to me, the more of a person she was. Uh-oh. Hope they don't have a meeting beside me. Last time they had this whole, sometimes they do their chores beside me. Once in a while they might get, they might get a little loud on me. I mean, I might feel, let's see how it goes. Geez, why am I so, I'm feeling like a little, that's part of my anxiety, right? It's part of my anxiety. See, I used to deal with my anxiety by walking around. If I'm in a hotel, I might walk around to different floors, kind of thing. That would work. But I'm having battery issues with my iPhone, so I got to keep this thing plugged in. And it's still draining. And I got to keep a careful watch, because if this video shuts out due to lack of battery storage, I lose the whole video. I can only save the video if I hit the stop before I lose the battery. And the thing only gives me like the pop-up telling me my battery's out. It only gives me like 3 seconds to do so. So I got to see the pop-up. So I got to keep the thing. And I've lost a few videos because of this issue. So in the meantime, I'm sort of I'm not going to be too mobile. But the mobility helped me to calm down. Like I would walk up a floor, look out the window, kind of thing, show you something out the window, you know. The shoreline was good for me as well. The shoreline was great, because when I was on the shoreline, I could show you birds flying by. Sometimes once we saw a heron fly by. I was like a real heron, just glanced right across. Very nice. You know. Once I had a heron, believe it or not, there was a heron standing just maybe, let's say 10 feet from me. I didn't even notice him at first. He was just standing beside a rock there. I was speaking the video, and oh my God, there's a heron right there. I felt like an odd little sense of companionship. Graceful, beautiful animals, right? The herons, right? Yeah, we'll talk about the companion animals to 1001, Windmills of the Mind, another time. So we've got a whole list of companion animals, companion beverages. We've got a great soundtrack to 1001, Windmills of the Mind. 21 awards, Golden Windmills of the Mind awards have been issued already. To various authors and audiovisual material, films and things. One of them went to Paul Libby Russell's articles on repetition compulsion. That has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind award. Morton Kieson, his chapters 8 and 9 of his book, Affect, Object, and Character Structure, those two chapters as a unit, that has won the Golden Windmills of the Mind Award. The audio, all of the audio, like the work of Robert Bly's audio, the psychology there, that has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind. The work of Jane Elliott, that has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind Award. Paul Gray's book, Ego and Analysis Defense, that has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind Award. And so on. We've got a whole list of things. So the baby creates a record, mother shamed me, right? Repetition compulsion. The fantasy is that when we replay it, we're hoping for that love. It's the cry for love. We're trying to get that love. But the present isn't the past. Nobody in the present can be the good breast mother that was needed in the past. The present isn't the past. But that's the confusion. We're doing this with the positive intention of still getting that love. It's not going to work. So we can now say, we're trying to learn that we have this trauma. This repetition compulsion is trying to tell us that there's trauma. Paul Liberace says, think of them as synonymous. When we're repeating the same thing over and over again, that's trauma. Think of that as trauma. When you're repeating something over and over again, that's trauma. That's your cry for love. That's that record we're talking about. Now, there's two ways. There are two characters on that record, right? The victimized child and the aggressive mother. When a person replays that record, some personality patterns do it by imitating the mother and then shaming others, standing in for them, okay, to replay the mother shame them. So the template is mother shame them. So in the present, they don't want to coax others to, they don't want to relive that because it's so painful. As a defense against how so deeply pained they were by the mother, they become the aggressor. They forget about themselves. So they see themselves, their true self, onto others and say others are defective and no good and shame and all this. And then they shame themselves, seen onto others, the way the mother shamed them. So those are the stinger personality patterns because they're hurting others to know that the mother hurt them, and they're sort of stuck there. And their development really got kind of derailed like that. So that's one way the reenactment takes place. The stinger personality pattern, Iago pattern, bully pattern, etc., narcissistic pattern, lower functioning BPD pattern, and some of the other disturbed patterns. Now, if the child, sometimes when the person replays that record, there's a more benign version where the child is traumatized, but he's fixated post 18 months. The stingers are fixated prior to 18 months. 18 months seems to be a general developmental milestone where the grandiosity kind of dissipates, right? So if the child manages to kind of hold on to his soul, so to speak, post 18 months, but he's frozen there, then when he replays that record with others, what he does is a direct version of it. It's not too disguised like the stinger one. The stinger one is very disguised. When they shame others, that's very disguised because the mother shamed them. So they shame others. It's very disguised. So that's like a deeper layered over trauma. The more traumatized, the more layers, right? The onion thing. Down a tunnel, down a cavern. Shall I compare thee to an onion, they say. Okay, let's say the child is traumatized sort of post 18 months. When he replays the trauma, all he does is coax others, goad others, prod others to reject him. He does it directly. Some people, why would you do that? Why would you coax others to reject you? Because the mother rejected them. They're still in that place of the mother rejecting them. So when they replay the record, the template is mother rejected them. They accept that scenario. They accept that original scenario. They don't like cross over the line like that. They don't do this flipping thing. They kind of accept the original scenario and they're just stuck there. So they coax others to be the shaming mother to reject. So they coax others, prod others to reject them. So they give people impossible tests. They might be passive aggressive, push their buttons maybe, do something to annoy them, ultimately get them to reject you because they're playing the record of the mother rejecting them. Now them doing this is recreating that scenario, that original scenario. Mother, love, not shame, love, not shame. Hey, others, present time. Hey, others, love, not shame, love, not shame. But they're going to be shamed. Because nobody in the present can be the good breast mother for the past. The present isn't the past. But they transfer this whole thing in the present, and it doesn't work. A person can have 20 lifetimes doing this. It doesn't work. It never works. There are no time machines. Nobody in the present can say, oh, this person is goading me to reject him. I see, so they're trying to communicate to me that they were rejected by the mother. I see, and they're crying for love. But I'm not the breast mother, I can't do it. Okay, but let me help them anyways. Let me invent a time machine. The two of us will hop in the time machine, we'll go back to the nursery. Okay, the friend will be the good mother there now. The projector will be the baby again. Baby gets the wiring and the love and all that, developmental process. Hop back in the time machine, come into the present, morph into their respective places. Then the projector says, hey, I don't need to coax you to reject me, because I can enjoy the present. I can love, I can express things, I can express my present. And I don't need to distort you and coax you into a role for the past. The person might say, well, what a relief. I want you to see me for me, who I am. I don't want you to see me as the needed good breast that you needed past in the nursery. So we're not enjoying the present if we're always coaxing people into roles, right, for the past. Enter the Greenberg quote. You have trouble in repetition compulsion. Related to this is the Greenberg quote. The film called Greenberg. A very good line in there. Not a great film, but a good quote. Shrink said to the guy, you have trouble living in the present. You're not enjoying the present. You're distorting the present, misperceiving the present, making up the present, coaxing people to play roles for the past. You're not enjoying the present. You're distorting the present. Huh? You have trouble living in the present. You're replaying the past in the present with the fantasy that you can change the past, undo the past, correct the past, get the love that you needed from the mother in the past. You're not enjoying the present because you're still stuck in the past. You're dwelling in the past. Shrink said to the guy, you have trouble living in the past. So you have trouble living in the present. So you're dwelling in the past because you never really lived it. You never really lived it. Scarecrow, Tin Man, Cowardly Lion, things you couldn't know it, couldn't perceive it, couldn't mentalize it, couldn't accept it. Now you're haunted by these painful memories. It's a ghost, and you're stuck in the past, and the ghost is haunting you. So we want the ghost to be recognized. The ghost wants to be seen, recognized, the memories, and then the ghost kind of becomes an ancestor, and it's like, okay, you accept, that you have an ancestor there, kind of thing. And then you can enjoy the present because you have ancestors, not instead of ghosts. So Lowell's metaphors, you want the ancestors to become, the ghosts to become ancestors. That's the sort of metaphor. So the record being replayed, okay, takes two forms. When we reenact, recreate, to relive, we're actually trying to relive and recreate because we're still emotionally in the past. Mother, love, not shame, love, not shame. So in the present with new people, love, not shame, love, not shame. But when they recreate it, it takes two forms. The stinger personality form is they're going to be the shaming mother, shaming others who are standing in for them. So they're going to shame others to replay how the mother had shamed them. Okay, that's what's on the record. Mother shamed them. But when they replay it, they're the shaming mother, shaming others. That's called identification with the aggressor. Negative magic gesture. Okay, really? You think shaming others to replay how your mother had shamed you is somehow going to heal you from your nursery time? It's ridiculous. Not making sense. Kristen Wilson says you're not making sense. Now the positive intention of doing this is again to know that the mother shamed them. Okay, Pauline Russell back to him, he says the reason we are repeating, number one, is because of the pain we're feeling by losing the golden ball. So to stop feeling that pain, we got to get back our golden ball. So we are repeating because we lost the golden ball. We are repeating and reenacting in search for the golden ball. But to get the golden ball back, we need narrative medicine, consciousness, and ego. Okay? So we want to raise consciousness. That's why we have these quotes, these theories, these ballpark approximations. So 10,000 twigs and leaves here. So let's imagine a bird flying around. It's got these twigs and leaves. He's going to pick and choose to build his nest. Well, here we got 10,000 quotes. One can pick around at these quotes, and we try to make links and pick quotes they like and so on. One exercise might be, there are 900 videos here in 1001 Windmills of the Mind. On average 10 quotes per video. Maybe what one person might consider or try, I don't know, click through each video and pick your one favorite quote. Or pick the one that you like the best. If one clicks for you, or one has some rumblings, okay, pick that, just pick one at least. And do that for each video. And you'll have 900 quotes right there. Or for convenience, one can get the complete file, 10,000 quotes, through the copy page link. It's just a ballpark estimate. Everyone's got to make up their own little way to weave their basket, what works for them. There's no set way to do it. Everyone's going to have their own way. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me take a break here for a second. Okay, back to the Rick Santer song. So let's say the baby's wiring is such that the cry for love. If somebody in the present has a sort of a similar personality or psychology like the mother, and you meet that person, okay, the mother created that wiring with the person when they were a baby. That wiring was created by the mother. So if somebody in the present has a psychology like the mother, you're going to be spellbound, transfixed, okay, lovesick. Our song here coming up. Okay, so this infatuation, this puppy love, this romantic love, this passionate love, this you're everything, you're my one, you're my all, you're my everything, can't live without you. These whole kind of intense, extremely passionate, kind of excited sentiments and all this. That's called infantile transference love. When somebody in the present has a psychology that's similar to your mother, you're emotionally going to be back with that relationship with the mother. You were one with the mother, you're frustrated with her, but you need her. So you got your attachment needs, but you're pained by her. So you're in this dynamic, you're in this conflict with her, right? And the wiring's there, but it's unfinished. You need a positive wiring. So somebody reminds you of the mother, you're going to pick up where you left off, so to speak. So then the preacher might say, like the title of that play, "Oh, I love you, you're perfect. Now change, please. Be the good mother that I needed in the nursery. Change. Now that you're my mother in the past, change, please. Like, do it right this time. Like, correct my wiring." Okay, so that's the fantasy. So you're suddenly, spellbound, trance. Okay, this bedazzled kind of thing with the girl or whoever it is, right? So that's one theory about this spellbound phenomenon of transference love. That you meet a person in the present and their wiring, their psychology is similar to your mother's psychology. Okay. Now, the person as a baby developed wiring with that mother, with that psychology, and it's unfinished business. Brody calls it unfinished business. So you're looking for somebody, search for love, who's the number one, you're the right one. Okay, you're searching for someone with the wiring that's similar to the mother's wiring. Then you're transfixed. Oh, you're the one, kind of thing, right? But now the great excitement is you're back with the mother, so baby feels, the good feeling side of being one with the mother. So there's that puppy love, infatuation, back to symbiosis. I think the thing is, you're back with the mother in the place before the trauma, just before the moment before the trauma. So you got like a hope now. Okay. So you established the excitement, the honeymoon, the oneness together, right? The two is one feeling. Baby is one with the mother. Unico mystica. And you're very excited because it's like a second chance. Okay, for a long time you were alone, right? Now the partner is going to be seen emotionally like as a reincarnation of the mother into the partner being a proxy for the emotionality of the mother. The partner being a proxy character of the psychology of the mother. So you're not really seeing the person in the present for who they are. You're not there yet. You're still struggling with the mother. Love, not shame, mother. Love, not shame, mother. Hey, you remind me of the mother. Okay, love, not shame, love, not shame. But the person in the present is going to be doing the same thing. No, you be the good mother that I needed in the nursery. You change. No, you change. You change. You change. So there's going to be this kind of so-called two people crying at each other or competing with each other to see who's going to play the role of good mother for the other. So, okay, now without consciousness, it's going to be a hostile dependent. It's going to be this lovesick thing. Enter lovesick. So this song, Lovesick by Rick Santer, I think is sort of related to this. And all the feelings about this ups and downs, and his metaphor is he's on an ocean in a boat, and he's falling down, and he's gonna make a raft on a life raft. What's happening? He's gonna make it, or he feels all these dramatic feelings. So his analogy for the feelings of this lovesick thing, because the woman can't be the good mother that's needed in the nursery. So now he's feeling the original swirling feelings with the mother that was repressed. So ironically, the person falling in love with the person in the present and feeling all those feelings That's what he tried to feel as a baby but couldn't, and it got repressed. It delayed onset, it came up. So in a way, we could say this is the puppet master's attempt to help the people, to help the person feel what they couldn't feel. Okay? So the person in the present reminds the person of how they felt with the mother. So you can think of it in that way. So in many love songs, they might, unrequited love songs, they might say, oh, you're a heartbreaker, you're mistreating the heart, and you betrayed me, what a fool believes, and how can you be so cold, and all this. Okay, that's what they tried or wanted to say as a baby to the mother. But they're saying it to the partner. Partner just say, well, it's benign, it's not a match, whatever. I mean, see, they're doing the same thing, so it's not going to work anyways, right? But the person feeling all this psychic pain, it's what they felt originally. An over-the-top, exaggerated example of this is that song, Turn to Stone. I'm not a fan of that guy at all, to tell you the truth. But the song is interesting, nonetheless. Turn to Stone by Jeff Lynne, right? So the protagonist in the song, as a baby, turned to stone emotionally with the mother. Turned to stone. That's the metaphor. Like frozen, hardened. I can't feel. I don't know what I'm feeling. Alex Steiny. I can't name my feeling. Don't know what I like. It's like hardened and all numb pain, psychic pain. So you feel kind of wooden or stone-like. I don't know. He just feels kind of angry and it's stiff and it's iced or whatever it is. I don't know how to describe this feeling, turned to stone. So he felt kind of. He doesn't feel the vibrancy. He doesn't feel the joy. Put it that way, right? So that's what happened. So the protagonist in that song turned to stone. As a baby turned to stone, right? With the mother, but he didn't know it. He met some girl in the present and said to her, in effect, hey, when I was, dear girlfriend, I like you very much. You're perfect. You remind me of the mother who maybe turned to stone. So can you be her? And I want to zoom back in my fantasy to the point prior to having been turned to stone by my mother. I want you to be her at that prior point. Be loving instead, so I don't feel stone-like emotionally, and then I'll get my feelings back. Can you do that? The girl says, you're not making any sense here. I'm a person in the present. I can't travel back in a time machine and be the missing good mother that you needed. It's not going to work. So so the guy was very angry about this. So he did a guilt trip thing. You really shouldn't leave me. What are you talking about? Well, if you leave me, you're going to make me turn to stone. She said, You're just being reminded of how you already felt turned to stone with the mother. I'm just a trigger, of your mother, reminding you of what the mother did to you. Don't blame me for what your mother did to you. Yeah, you have bad feelings with your mother. Take it up to the source. Take it to your mother. Don't blame me. Don't transfer your anger at your mother to me. So that's what he was doing. He was blaming you. How can you be so cruel? You're a heartbreaker. You turn me to stone. How can you do such a thing? So it's a guilt-tripping song of the girl trying to control her and all this. That's sort of an example of this whole area here, right? So that's sort of like an over-the-top, angry version of that song. So when people are angry at the person for not being able to be the good mother that they needed in the nursery, no one can do it. In adult relationships, the idea is to be conscious. We're creating mirrors. Every man is my brother. Every man is my mirror. Every man is my mirror. So you're creating mirrors to see what happened in the past. So if somebody is spellbound in love trance and you have all these angry feelings to the partner, Morton Keeson says, take it to the source. That's what you felt towards the mother. Your strong angry feelings towards the partner, the present. They're dysfunctional, they're manipulative. Well, that's what your mother was like. If you say, how can you be so cold and manipulative and all this? Well, that's what happened with the mother. Now you got to forgive the mother. Why was she like that? Why did she do that? What happened with her? Okay, so that's one point about the lovesick song, right? Somebody in the present has a psychology in their brain, or memory system in the brain, or has a psychological attitude in the brain, like maybe they're maybe they're narcissistic also, or maybe they have the bully pattern, maybe they have the Iago pattern, maybe they have the codependent pattern, schizoid pattern, passive-aggressive pattern, maybe they have some kind of personality pattern that's very similar to the mother's pattern. So you seeing them, uncannily, you recognize that pattern as the mother's pattern. And now you're transferring the original babyhood bliss and oneness and drama with the mother to the person in the present, and you're spellbound, love trance and all this. Okay, so let's play our song Lovesick. So when that happens, the person is going to feel lovesick. Okay, so without consciousness, they're just replaying the whole thing. They say, no, I can't do it. Oh my God, now I'm feeling what I felt with the mother. I'm lovesick. And, right? So let's play our song Lovesick by Rick Sanders. Oh, hold on. Okay, here we go. This one here. Lovesick by Rick Sanders. Throw me a lifeline, Mother. You know, Mother, I can't live with you like this, but I can't live without you. The baby cannot live without the mother, but the baby is in a huge double bind. He's being pained by her, he's being shamed by her, but the baby must turn to the baby. The baby must turn to the mother. He's in a huge double bind. He can't live without a mother, but he's going to the mother. He can't live with her if he's shaming him. Mother, throw me a lifeline here. Like throw me like a, back to the line. The baby needs a line of communication with the nerve lines. So that's this whole thing about the baby's feeling lovesick. Okay, he needs love and he's sick because of what the mother's doing to him. Okay. So the wiring that's laid down in the person's brain with the mother doing this, if later on they meet somebody who reminds them uncannily of the mother like that, it's like, whoa, they're spellbound. They're back there. But the person in the present is going to relive that whole thing. Now they're feeling lovesick, but now they're aware of it. Now, the protagonist in the song here is feeling all this. That's how they felt with the mother. The mother caused that kind of pain in the child. We recreate in the present, okay, to know that. So your strong opinions and towards the partner in unrequited love case scenarios. You betray me, you said you did this, didn't do this. Well, that's take that to the mother. You just recreated this to know it. That's called making the unconscious conscious. This is the trickster energy, the puppet master energy, trying to make you aware of what happened. This is the positive intention of all this. We're trying to heal. In the healing energies, we're trying to make the unconscious conscious. Okay, so that's part of it, right? So that's why, yeah, okay. So let's go back to the Dream song, also by Rick Sanders. So let's, maybe I'll jump into today's quotes from Sanford. So today is part 2, either of 3, possibly 4, of quotes by John A. Sanford. I'm really a little enthusiastic rediscovering John A. Sanford. I'm talking about the psychologist who provides psychological interpretations of religious stories. He does the same thing where shrinks interpret myths and fairy tales. He applies the exact same principles when he interprets religious stories. He calls religious stories psychological documents. Okay, so myths, fairy tales, religious stories, and dreams are all in that same category of the in the bag thinking, the primary process thinking, the pictorial, imaginal, exaggerated world thinking, right? So, not many people do this. Now he's highly qualified to do this because he came from a long line of religious people, right? His father was a minister, mother was a grandfather, grandmother, great-great-grandfather. He talks about how everybody in his upline, we're all in this religious area, right? And finally the breakthrough was his father allowed him to read a variety of material, saying, you know, son, there's more here, something's missing here. So the son here is reading all kinds of material, including psychoanalysis. So he's very lucky, he's highly qualified, because at the age of 22, he went in to do a psychoanalysis. Can you believe it? His shrink was Fritz Kunkel, who unfortunately said passed away while he was in it. He was an older guy, I guess. But then he continued with others. And then he made the link. Oh my God, this is all primary process mentation. All this fascination with religious stories, myths and fairy tales, dreams and all this. This is the unconscious making us conscious. We're creating mirrors through these stories to know the inner. We live in 2 worlds, unconscious. So our recognition, myths and fairy tales, religious stories are from this primary process of mentation. This is the quest to make the unconscious conscious, to make a link here. So the positive intention of these religious stories and all that long ago by the storyteller. See that? It got distorted and misused, but the original intention it was that myths and fairy tales were the storytellers were the shrinks back then to give recognition and healing and acknowledge our inner life, outer life, make a bridge there, right? We became Homo Traumicus 10,000 years ago, so storytellers came up, so we got to heal this, so we're all part of healing. Then at some point, the addiction to the trauma and the further damaging to our thinking process because of the trauma, then myths and fairy tales got distorted and misused, and then we lost that connection, that myths and fairy tales represent inner life, the spiritual life, the inner life. Then you blend it in with some dreams and all this, whatever. Okay, there's a whole thread about how religion is a tool for the pillage and the plundering, because when people tell religious stories, again, for the purpose of pillaging and plundering, it's to prevent healing. Myths and fairy tales, or stories about the unconscious life, whatever we call them, it's meant to provide recognition. But if we create these stories to emphasize and exaggerate and create dramatics to not make you aware that your outer is from the inner, that the outer is a mirror of the inner, as beloved, so below, as beloved, so below, inside out, projection, to know what's within. We project. Projection is the means of knowing repressed material. Projection is the means of bringing repressed material to consciousness. Lachlan calls it a mirror. So these stories are like mirrors for inner life. Myths and fairy tales are psychological mirrors for inner life. They're true on the inside, not on the outside. But then with the trauma system, people decided to use these stories to twist them, exaggerate them, distort them, to block healing, So now enter religious stories. So then I'm talking about for the aggressor side, not the victim side here. Right? So what they would do is, oh yeah, when the baby's traumatized, he thinks good fairy, bad witch. It's called splitting mechanism. So the more the baby's traumatized, he can't know the mother's hurting him. He's enraged, unmet need turns to oral greed, says the mother's a monster and wants to eat him. That's the bad witch one. He can't know that, that's denied. He's got a hallucinated goddess, a loving breast, one and safe with the blissful mother breast, right? Good breast, bad breast, basically. Or good fairy, bad witch. So the baby does the splitting mechanism to cope with the misattunements and the mother's unavailability, mother's absence, baby being removed. How does the baby manage this anxiety of no mother, or where's the mother, who's this, and mother's hurting him? Oh my God, he's lovesick. He's so lovesick. Either or. He ultimately comes to the splitting mechanism. So projection and splitting are the sort of the primal coping strategies that the baby adopts to deal with immense persecutory anxiety. So actually we have a quote here about this coming up at the end here, towards the end, called the paranoid schizoid position. So all babies begin with the paranoid schizoid position. They project their rage onto the mother, says the mother's dangerous. That's the paranoid part. The splitting is the schizoid part. The mother's a human, not a goddess or demon. That's the schizoid part. So we'll finish up with that one at the end. So the main gambit, I think Mel Faber does the best job of, what's her name, Julia Christiva or something. I think Mel Faber, 2118. Okay, hang on a sec, let me back up a second. We have a whole major thread on the psychoanalysis of religion. Again, whenever we talk about religion, we're talking about as a tool to create prejudice, to prevent healing, because religion is a tool of the pillage and the plunder, the short-selling system. Okay, so that came about when we became homo traumicus, homo economicus or homo traumicus. My greedy, your greed. That's the traumatized state of the paranoid schizoid mode. When the baby's traumatized, he creates a mother as a hungry wolf. He's either going to be the aggressor or thinks, well, it's just eat or be eaten. Because he thinks as a baby, mother was going to eat him. He projected his rage and oral greed onto the mother and thinks the mother wants to eat him. That's the story of Hansel and Gretel. The witch wants to eat the people. In the Odyssey, the Cyclops is eating the people. In every myth or fairy tale, there's a frightening, scary creature, and fill in the blank, guy with the horn, anybody, it doesn't matter. It can take a variety of forms. Okay? All a person's got to do is take a canvas, take a crayon, draw a breast, make it a live, powerful entity, make it enraged, and make it hungry. And it wants to eat you to represent how the baby wanted to take it. Just project it out like that. So myths and fairy tales, it's projected. So when the baby's traumatized, he does this, and he's frozen there. He's gonna know this with his slogan, well, it's eat or be eaten. Dog eat dog, my greedy, your greed. So when babies were removed from the mother to create that traumatic, because the mismanagement of the serotonin 10,000 years ago, And because of the mismanagement of the serotonin and the panic around and the mismanagement of it, enter pillage, and people started pillaging out of the traumatic state to get the serotonin that they got originally with the discovery of farming and agriculture. So that's a whole separate line. It's going to take a whole hour to fill in that line there, but there's a whole line in this area when we became from Homo bodoensis to Homo sapiens, and then from Homo sapiens we became Homo traumicus 10,000 years ago. I'm calling it Homo traumicus. I searched it around. No one's. It's not a different species. It's just a traumatized version of Homo sapiens. Let's call it something. We're a traumatized version of ourselves. We used to be Homo naturalis, tolerant personality, global village. I'm okay, you're okay. We're all from one big family. We're all the same species, same fairy tale, same psychology, same brain structure. We're all Homo bodoensis underneath, and we were around. The hominid Homo bodoensis was the one that adapted, right? And it took billions of years to evolve to Homo bodoensis, right? So, pale blue dot, speck of dust, trillions of years, one little speck of dust. So Katja Epstein has a song called Our Earth may just be this one little speck of dust in the universe, but hey, she says, it's our speck of dust. Homo bodoensis. We're Homo sapiens, a 2.0 version of Homo bodoensis, which we call Homo sapiens. But now we're traumatized, or Homo traumicus, or Homo economicus. But the broader term is Homo traumicus. One guy says Homo economicus to emphasize his greed, or my greed or your greed thing. That's a symptom of trauma to say that. So, but the underlying is Homo traumicus. So Katja Epstein sings, yeah, hey, the Earth may be just this one little tiny speck of dust in this whole universe. But hey, she says, it's our speck of dust. And besides, all of the other specks of dust are so far away. So what do we want? Do we want our children to play happily on the beach? Or do we want them to see and be exposed to dead fish and dead whales and dead seals and stinking up on the fish? Do we want our children to be exposed to all this dead fish on the beach? What do we want? It's our speck of dust. So let's have some appreciation for this. Our speck of dust, according to one documentary, they emphasize the point that our speck of dust, maybe, what if, of all the trillions of specks of dust out there, little rocks in the universe, our little pale blue dot from the distance, that little speck of dust, that pale blue dot in the distance, right? What if they say, our speck of dust is the only speck of dust that's just the right distance from a sun, meaning not too close, not too far, just the right distance, meaning not too hot, not too cold, just that sweet spot. And that happened, that condition is such that that climate or whatever are the conditions that allows for, first they said the bacteria or something, the microbes and the muck and the bacteria, that's oxygen. And then dynamic with the hydrogen, and as the water comes, so finally the conditions for water, put it that way. I don't know the science of it all, but so finally water came along, right? Then you got the little organisms in the cells. One person jokes the cells got lonely, so they multiplied to have a friend, right? So the cells multiplied. So finally, billions and billions of years, these organisms came along. Evolution, things are developing and all this, right? And every organism is unique, which is, that's something about the Great Spirit, the mystery of the Great Spirit. He wants every organism to be a little unique for some reason, right? Because so evolutionary gratitude. Let's have some evolutionary gratitude. So billions and billions of years for all these forms. Finally, we got the monkey line, right? Billions and billions of years. Finally, out of that bush, finally the hominid line. And then out of the hominid line, one somehow took place in what is now the northeast of the Congo. That's our source, she said. That hominid line, the one that adapted or sort of just figured it out or something, was called Homo bodoensis, us. We used to be Homo bodoensis. For 1 million years, we used to be Homo bodoensis. And it took Homo bodoensis, us, a million years to grow the cortex. So as Homo bodoensis, it looks like us, but we don't have we didn't have the cortex back then. So no time, no sense of self, no writing, no cognitive, no frontal lobes and all this, no sense of self, no recognition of time, can't do math or speak, no language, this kind of thing, right? But we're a hominid, right? Called Homo bodoensis. But the temperament was friendly. All babies got a secure attachment style. They were calm, easygoing people, relaxed. Okay. There were no like cynicism or negative philosophies and all this. It was I'm okay, you're okay. Long life, natural. Somebody joked, well, so maybe they were like nomads or something. We don't know. A lot of them might have been nomads. Yeah, a lot of them were nomads. And somebody joked, yeah, well, we can all live like nomads, where I know mad at you and you know mad at me. So they weren't mad because the babies were loved. So they had a long life and it's I'm okay, you're okay. And they were friendly, easygoing, affectionate. Somebody joked, Homo bodoensis, were they like the bonobos? Okay, no, that's an exaggeration. They were warm and affectionate, but they weren't like the bonobos, kind of. That's what he was saying. So anyways, we used to be we were the one, right? The Homo bodoensis. And we're all from Homo bodoensis for a million years. And then about 150,000 years ago, as part of the evolutionary process, to have a conscious recognition and to have a conscious expression of our leafness, to make it conscious. And the recognition, we already evolved to that we're one family, global village, tone, personality. Now let's have our uniqueness. So we're all like from a tree, but let's have the individual leaves. So but to get the human version, we need a consciousness. So we developed a consciousness, something like that. So we developed a cortex 150,000 years ago, and we called ourselves Homo sapiens. And then at that point, maybe there was this curiosity to know the environment more or something, language and so on. So we spread around kind of thing for whatever reason. Maybe there were weather problems as part of it. We don't know the details. Nobody knows the details, all these theories. So we spread around, right? 150,000 years ago. So Homo bodoensis, us, we spread around. We came Homo sapiens, then we spread around and settled in different places. Now over a period of time, over a period of 150,000 years, due to interaction with the sun, the color of our hair, eyes, and skin tone adapted in relation to the sun. So it's a trivial biological variation, something about the melanin and exposure in relation to the sun. So if people move north, less sun, so the melanin adapted because of the sun issue. So the color of the eyes, hair, and skin tone varied. So some people lost some of the melanin, the chemical related to the tone, and that affects the color of the hair, eyes, and skin tone. Nobody's black or white, so forget about that annoying phrase. Everybody's a shade of brown. The more they lose the melanin, the more they lose their tan, then they become a shade of beige. But Jane Elliott thinks that the shade of beige is actually a shade of brown, so we're still all a shade of brown. It's just a question of degree of how much melanin there is. There's no white or black, forget that. Jane Elliott, she wears like a white t-shirt, and she says, nobody has this skin tone. And then she shows like a black, something with black, and says, yeah, nobody has a pitch black skin tone, and nobody has a pitch black. So everybody's a shade of beige or a shade of brown, let's just say. So that's a trivial, superficial biological variation that's on the surface. It doesn't change the billions of years to get to Homo bodoensis, 150,000. It doesn't change the billions and billions of years of evolution. This is a trivial, superficial thing. We're still Homo sapiens. We're still this one family from the northeast of the Congo. Jane Elliott says, in effect, we're all Africans, And she says we can literally trace back to that massive family back there. And she says, literally, on average, we're all cousins. On average, 30 to 50 times removed, she says. That's why the work of Jane Elliott has won a Golden Windmills of the Mind Award. She's done an immense contribution to say common sense things, So she said things in a very common sense way. She never uses psychoanalysis at all, but she's probably done more for healing prejudice than the shrinks, maybe a lot. well, she made an immense contribution. That's why she has won a golden Windmills of the Mind Award, her work there. And she's a public figure as well, right? She went on all the talk shows and things. You know, she's in her late 80s or 90s now. She's still speaking once in a while, right? And you know, maybe the diet also affected our bones. Maybe bigger bones. Maybe there could have been some area in terms of dairy and milk and meat and all that. Maybe there was some kind of affected that, but it doesn't change the essence that we're all from the same species, the same line, like the same hominid, right? Just because somebody got longer fingers or whatever, these kinds of things doesn't affect. Again, it's an outer biological issue. It doesn't change our brain structure. It doesn't change the use of defense mechanisms to deal with pain. Okay. And evidence for this is that all of the myths and fairy tales, okay, even from northern Scandinavia or whatever, all the way down to indigenous people in the Maori people in New Zealand, you can take the fairy tales from the Maori and the fairy tales from northern northern Sweden or something. You take those fairy tales, you analyze them. They're psychological documents. They all describe the same psychology. We had a quote from a year ago. A shrink said he went to an igloo or something, Inuit people, and through the translator he got to know them, spent some time and all this. He said, "Oh my God, you guys have the exact same psychology and structure and issues, and in proportion to the gajillionaires he treats in his fancy New York office or something." He says it's the same stuff. Myths and fairy tales describe a traumatized psyche. We all have the same brain, like we're all the same species, right? So we're all this one. Like the Scorpions song says, we're all one. Okay, we all live under the same sun, reminding us that we're one. We all live under the same sun because we're one. Okay, we're all from this one hominid called Homo botoensis. Okay, and Carl Sagan jokes, yeah, we're Johnny-come-latelys when we adapted to cortex. But then the tricky thing is, when we moved around and settled in different places and had these trivial biological variations, we still were one family. But due to the so-called lack of communication or something, when 10,000 years ago everybody discovered farming and agriculture, they became traumatized. So here you got people in the north traumatized, people in this area got traumatized, people in that area got traumatized. So now we became homo traumicus. And when people are traumatized, they're going to project like crazy, right? So now there's a scapegoat hunger to not feel the pain. So when there's pain, we project. So you find somebody in a distance, it's safe. You say, oh, they're bad and this and that. You're projecting your anger at your mother, and you're traumatized. So why did we become traumatized? How did we become homo traumicus? What happened 10,000 years ago? So theory, roughly, ballpark approximation, is that when we discovered farming and agriculture, all this surplus of food, the mammalian part of the brain perceived this massive surplus of food. Whoa, it's like winning the lottery or something. Maybe people were safe already, they knew how to manage themselves and all this, but there was this extra. It'd be like a millionaire winning $1 trillion. It's an extra thing. I don't know. Let's say everybody won $1 trillion. I don't know. We got this huge surplus or something like that. There's ballpark approximating. So when people discovered farming and agriculture 10,000 years ago, people felt this abundance of riches or something with the food. The effect it had on the mammalian part of the brain is that it now perceives that the person is safe by all that. Now when a person feels safe by something, the mammalian part of the brain releases serotonin. You're safe, you feel relaxed, you feel the serotonin because you're safe. So we got used to this new level of elevated serotonin. So that's like layered above and over the surplus of the normal serotonin by having been loved by the mother. So everybody had a baseline of serotonin from having been loved by the mother, but then they got this exaggerated extra boost over above it. So now when you get lots of serotonin from the safety of the surplus thing, not from the memory of the wiring, it's like a surplus thing, then it's going to dissipate quickly. you know, eat a chocolate bar, you feel a little better for the moment, but it's going to dissipate. It's like a surplus thing. It's not the serotonin from the memories of having mother loving the baby, right? It's like a surplus serotonin from the discovery of something that makes you feel safe by the surplus food. So we got this extra elevated level of serotonin. Now, when that dissipates a day later or whatever, then by comparison, you feel unsafe by comparison. And you may forget to revert back, no, we were safe before, it's okay. So a lot of people maybe miss that link or something. Or it's just overwhelming, maybe the serotonin was so strong or something. And a lot of people said, you know, don't panic, it's okay. You're still safe underneath or something. But no, I feel unsafe now by comparison. So enter expand the farms. Like, so we discover farming, well, get more because you want that serotonin. Enter global pillage. So we went from global village, okay, to global pillage. So now there's this quest to get more and more to get to release that serotonin from the surplus of the item, the surplus of the extra food thing, right? So when we get the extra, get the serotonin, it dissipates. Oh, I want that serotonin level again. Well, get more then. So now it's like a cycle kind of thing. Now maybe some generations pass or something, and somebody gets the idea, hey, wait a minute. If we're going to pillage like this, you know, there's people over there. We want to pillage their land. How are we going to do that? We're all one family. Well, but they're in this panic. They're mismanaged. They're too excited or something. So I guess somebody got the idea, quote unquote, suffer the children. For the first time ever, a real change took place. They removed the babies from the mother. Oh boy. Now we became homo traumicus. Because when the baby's removed from the mother, poof, no mother. He's terrified. Okay. Creates scary imagery in his mind. Creates some kind of monster that wants to eat him to represent his oral rage and greed and all this. Gonna think in either or terms. Thinks the mother used him, pillaged his soul, made him feel impoverished, identifies with the aggressor. So babies are traumatized to create the prejudiced personality was invented. So we had a tolerant personality of I'm okay, you're okay, but when the baby's traumatized, he regresses to the paranoid, schizoid mode of experiencing, or one of the stinger personality patterns. Okay. Either or thinking, my greedy, your greed. Now babies are traumatized to give them the splitting mechanism in the mind to cope with that pain, and the child felt that they were victimized, so they become the victim, they become the aggressor, and now they create a record. Mother traumatized me, she exploited me, used me, hurt me. You know, so babies are traumatized to give them the psychology of either or thinking, my greedy, your thinking, someone pillaged, someone gave you a poverty, so you'll want to give others poverty to replay how your mother gave you poverty. So babies are traumatized to create the prejudiced personality. Then when the babies are traumatized, they grow up, and then someone said to them, well, we're in this, we want the serotonin. Hey, look over there, there's people on the other side of the lake there, there's stuff over there, we want that land. So remember when you were a baby, your identity was invalidated, you were hurt, so someone did that. Well, now you're going to become that. Well, we want the stuff on the other side of the lake, so now you can replay what happened to you, so you can feel safe with what happened to you. So you feel safe by doing what your mother did to you. Okay. So we want the stuff on the other side of the lake. Okay. So when you were a baby, your soul was, you were impoverished, you were exploited, you thingified, used, exploited, hurt, and all this, and mother didn't care, and you were enraged and all that. Well, you identify with that. Okay. So now you pillage on the other side of the lake and not care because the mother gave you emotional poverty and pillaged you. Okay, so baby thinks the mother pillaged his soul, gave him emotional poverty, didn't care and all this. They identify with the aggressor, then they play their record, new situation. So that was, psychology was created to pillage. So the idea, someone's, what's his name, Tiemann and Altman, or in the act of pillaging, the idea was to create a pool of poorly paid workers to do all the work. So make everyone poor, in other words. So enter poverty. So now poverty was invented, created. because that's pillaging. In order to pillage, you need poverty to keep people poor, so they will do all the work and hand over the stuff, kind of thing. Because the baby had to hand over his soul to the mother. So that's homotraumicus, when the babies were removed from the mother. That caused all that. It's birth trauma, developmental trauma. When there's trauma, we repeat. Let's see how we're doing. Maybe I'll do the 42 ways. Let's see. We have 42 ways about this repetition compulsion, and it's sort of describing the pillage system. So we have a thread describing the pillage. It's not like a main thing here in 1001 Windmills of the Mind, but it's sort of what happened was we have a thread here on the psychoanalysis of prejudice, and then it was all about psychodynamics, stranger anxiety, scapegoat hunger that the parents might have to scapegoat the child to help them, and then the child learns it, and then the projection and identification with the aggressor, negative magic gesture, externalization, replaying, repetition compulsion. They turned off the AC in here. I'm kind of baking here already. I might have to go out in a few minutes to do a cooling down. Yeah, I'm sweating here already. Let me. See, the problem is I want to keep this plugged in, right? Maybe let me just spend a short time outside to cool off a bit. Okay, let me just open the door. I should do it. Let me hold on a sec. Give me a minute here. Let me just open the door here. I want to keep this thing plugged in. Hopefully some of the cool air from the other room will get in here. Maybe I'll be okay here after all. Nobody's around, that's good, okay. I mean, just a few staff there. So maybe we'll see how it goes. I haven't done the 42 ways in a long time. It's an interesting theory. It's very edgy. It's just brainstorming. No set answer here. Just exploring. We're trying to be a psychological detective here. We're just being a psychological detective. We're looking for story. We're looking for personal history. We're looking for narrative medicine. Narrative medicine. Find your story, heal yourself, right? So we're trying to find the story. So yeah, okay. So when humans became homotraumicus, a traumatized version of ourselves, to create their prejudiced personality, to have the psychology necessary, that when the child felt that the mother didn't care about him and used him, then they'll do that to others. And that's the mechanism to pillage and plunder outwardly, create poverty to pillage, because people got the serotonin and they're chasing that serotonin. So the main emotions for the stinger personality patterns, So a lot, okay. Hate, greed, envy, spite, vindictiveness, schadenfreude, indifference, part object relating. Okay, so the baby's just relating to a part of the mother. Baby doesn't see the mother as like a full person with her feelings, self, and psychology. So it's just a utilitarian kind of thing. The breast is just supposed to serve the child and all. It's just kind of one way like that. And he's still stuck in that greedy place, right? And it's oral greed, so he's like the hungry wolf. Enter Joy Harjo's poem on YouTube. Rabbit is up to tricks. Okay, so the unconscious processes are activated here. Our rabbit is up to tricks, so we got to be aware of it and create a story, like her little poem there, to make us aware of greed. So the greed is going to enter this. So now, as part of trauma, greed, envy, spite, vindictive, schadenfreude. Okay, the grandiosity, because all babies think they're little gods. If they're not loved, they're going to revert to that. See, so that's yesterday's video. Okay, all babies think they're little gods. That only dissipates when they're loved. If the baby's not loved, he's fixed, he's stuck there. So he's going to pursue. Karen Horney calls that the search for glory, prestige, this one-upness, grandiosity, egocentricity, and all this. Now, mourning doesn't take place because sadness is frozen up ice mountain, so they don't accept losses. Grieving makes you human, okay, but they don't really grieve. So the quote-unquote more human side of being human hasn't developed yet. So they're mainly at the console, right? When joy and sadness is zooped away, it's mainly anger at the console. Anger is just the reactivity when joy and sadness are frozen away. So babies are traumatized to have anger at the console mainly. Now, one part of the stinger personality patterns is the Iago pattern. Okay, so one of the stinger personality patterns is the envy-based one. The baby, all of the baby's goodness, rejected, rejected, rejected. The baby identifies with the aggressor. To have an attachment to the aggressor mother, he's got to hate goodness the way the mother hated his goodness. So he's going to be the envy one. He can't see goodness because the mother couldn't accept his goodness. So he's going to be the Iago pattern. So he wants to remove the source of envious feelings. If he destroys goodness, he feels safe with the mother who destroyed his goodness. That's his attachment to the mother and his repetition compulsion of replaying how the mother destroyed his goodness. Envy means that. So he'll hate goodness because the mother hated his goodness from his perception. So that's one of the stinger personality patterns. Now sometimes, now the Iago pattern does this thing where they're afraid of their little assertion. Now another stinger personality pattern, so they'll use as proxies the people with the bully pattern, another stinger personality patterns. On the Enneagram, this is the unhealthy 5, the line between the unhealthy 5 and the unhealthy 8. There's a line there where the 8, the bully pattern one, the unhealthy 8 is the bully, the aggressive bully pattern one, right? That's the proxy character for the 5. The 5 is afraid to be aggressive like the person with the bully pattern. So the person with the bully pattern is considered like a proxy character for the 5. Okay, so again, proxy is someone who feels, does, or plays a role for you. The 5s are like are frightened inner turtle versions of the bully. So they like the person with the bully pattern to express for them. So there's a real link between the 5 and the 8 on the Enneagram, the unhealthy 5. So the stinger personality patterns often collude with those of the bully pattern. The bully pattern is a little less traumatized. They're both very traumatized, but the bully pattern seems to be, there's like a little bit of strange hope in the sense that when they frighten lackeys, they want lackeys all the time, right? To get a response from the lackey thinking the mother's there for them. Doesn't work, so they do it again and again, and they're aggressive and they don't care, right? So the person with the bully pattern is considered to have been prematurely ejected out of the mother-infant dual unity. So they're hoping to find a good breast via the lackey being symbolic of the needed good breast in the past. Doesn't work. Iago doesn't bother. He's just so detached from that. He's just so schizoidal detached from that. Now he would like to do that, right? In other words, you take a person with a bully pattern and traumatize them further, he'll become the turtle bully. Something like that, right? The introverted bully pattern is the 5, right? So the 5s admire the 8s because the 8s are like proxy expressions for their inner life that they're afraid to express. So, so very often in the pillage and plunder system, the unhealthy 5s will recruit the 8s or whatever, or say, hey, I like you a lot. Oh, you like me? So the 8s feel, well, someone admires me. Oh, that's great. So the 5's like the mother for the 8. But the 8 thinks, oh no, you're just proxy for me. So there's this kind of, I don't know, stinger collusion between the two stingers. Neither of them can mourn. So there's the scapegoat hunger all the time. So for more on the scapegoat hunger, check out the last video or look up Hans-Jürgen Wirth, W-I-R-T, in our collection here from about a month ago about the scapegoat hunger. Very interesting theory. When two stingers get married, one of the children is going to be scapegoated. Okay. When two stingers get together, there's too much hostility between the two. So they have a hunger to have a third to scapegoat. So they're going to induce and create a naughty child to make him angry. Then they think the child is a proxy expressing their anger. Then the husband stinger or wife stinger doesn't express their anger at each other. They see their anger expressed by the child. So they manufacture the child covertly to make the child naughty and all this. And they take secret delight in that despite their protests, despite their complaints. But they want to complain because that gives them a chance to express their remaining anger. So the first half of their anger, they get the child to express. They create an excuse. Oh, the child is so naughty and bad and all this. Now the husband and wife can direct their anger not at each other, at the third, at the child. So the child is scapegoated. So for more on that, yeah, again, back to Wirth. So the 5 and 8 in that case would be in a similar situation. They'll both hate outwardly, right? That's part of the pillage system. I'm okay, you're not okay. When people identify with the aggressor, they say, I'm okay, you're not okay. When they say you're not okay, they mean themselves. When the mother shamed them, they felt unokay by that. They can't know it, so they project it out. They take refuge in the grandiosity of their little gods and say they're okay, plus they become the aggressors. They're okay by that. So when they replay the record, they say others are not okay, but they're replaying how the mother shamed them. They're recreating and reliving and reorchestrating how the mother shamed them, but they're going to see them onto others and say others are not okay. That's the mechanism for the pillaging and the plundering. So that we entered into global pillage. So we became homo traumicus. Enter the storytellers. We've got to heal this. Now we're telling stories. So now people have dreams and things, and we're telling stories. So we're trying to heal. Okay. But someone comes along and says, wait a minute, don't heal. That's a resistance to healing. We're trying to heal, but there's still a resistance to healing. So I think what happened is they co-opted their spiritual myths and fairy tale stories, mixed it up with somebody's dreams or something, twisted it around, presented it in a way to prevent healing. So they co-opted the very thing that's meant to heal. They co-opted it, hence preserving the appeal of it. But they co-opted, holding the appeal to it, the uncanny interest in it, but they co-opted it to reinforce the splitting mechanism. So the speaker at the podium then would say, hey, don't heal. You're interested in this unconscious material. Well, I'm going to tell you these unconscious myths and fairy tales. I'm going to twist it a bit and shake it up a little bit. And we'll call them religious stories, right? Again, from the aggressor side I'm talking, not the victim side. So they twisted it, and there's an appeal to this, because we're always drawn to myths and fairy tales and inner life stories, because we're trying to recognize, and we live in two worlds, we're trying to make the bridge, we're trying to heal. So they co-opted the effort to heal in order to reinforce the prejudiced personality as a resistance. Okay, so what they would do is, the gambit, Mel Faber makes this pretty clear, I think, 2118, Mel Faber, and we got a whole batch of quotes on the psychoanalysis of religion from the perspective of how it's being used as a tool of the plunder system. Okay. So the religious side, the idea of religion is, from the aggressor side, is don't heal. Maintain the splitting mechanism. So just create dramatic stories, be hypnotic and persuasive and emotional, and just say, oh, everybody, there's a good breast in the sky. But don't use the word good breast. Just call it something else. In the unconscious, the baby hallucinated the need for a good breast. Oh, I found your good breast in the sky. You're one with it. It knows you, loves you, it's there for you, unconditional for you. Okay, you describe it on. You describe the breast, but don't use the word breast. Just say some invisible power in the sky. It loves you, it knows you, it's there for you. And you trigger up some blissful feeling you might have had in the uterus. The person goes, wow, that was mystical, that was magical, that was spiritual, wow, that was amazing. Oh, you like that? Okay, put money in the basket, see you next time. But that's a straw man. It's not about the money. That's like a secondary benefit for the gambit. The real gambit is maintain the splitting. Keep on hallucinating the good breast in the sky. That means you're maintaining the splitting. Then there's stories about gods and demons all the time, and you just keep these stories about God and demons. You don't tell the person that you're trying to heal the splits. You want to tell stories to reinforce the splits. To reinforce the splits, just keep imagining the good breast in the sky. Okay? Lloyd Demas takes it a step further. He says, imagine the placenta in the sky. Because when the cords are moved, the baby has the feeling, where's my placenta? He calls it the phantom placenta. Speaker at the podium says, hey everybody, you're looking for your placenta, right? Someone who loves you, is there for you, metabolizes you, soothes you, feeds you, soothes your pain, and loves you, nurtures you. The placenta did all that through the mother. Hey everybody, I found your placenta, your phantom placenta that you're unknowingly looking for. I found your placenta. It's in the sky. Imagine a line, a cord to it, and you're being fed by it. It's taking care of you, because that's what the placenta does for the baby. The placenta metabolizes the baby's waste elimination. Down the center vein, the baby's fed down the center vein. Okay, so in the cord you got 3 veins. The center one sends down the food. The other 2 spiral up to send up the baby's waste elimination, and the placenta metabolizes, takes care of a process, soothes baby feels relieved and all this, and comforted and taken care of. Then he's fed down the center vein. Okay. Now the whole medical profession bases the symbol of medicine on that. The staff there, the cord, that's the center vein. The two snakes that spiral up, that's the two veins that spiral up to metabolize the waste elimination, and the food sends down. So the medical profession intuitively says, well, let's kind of restore that kind of healing process, cycling, tuning kind of process, right? Let the music play on, restore the music kind of thing. So that the Medusa, it's that symbol, we can maybe call it, let's get back to music or something. The attunement with the mother and the physicians, which kind of facilitate all that somehow. So the symbol was an inspiration of the heaven and the health of the baby, the wholeness in the. So the baby was whole. He had wholeness means health, healing. Quest for wholeness and healing means health. Okay. Wholeness. Somebody said hello means I wish you wholeness and happiness. Wholeness means health and happiness. It comes from the word, the H part, the hello. The HE something in the hello links to the wholeness of the health and the healing. So healing, wholeness, health, hello, wish you health. As Sanford was saying, actually Sanford was saying this. So every time you say hello, you're saying I wish you health. I wish you health and happiness and healing. I wish you healing and happiness and health. Hello. We should play the song Hello, huh? Hello? April Wine has a song called Say Hello. Say Hello. Yeah, we can play April Wine's song, Say Hello. The Lionel Richie. If I play that Lionel Richie song, it'll probably get blocked, so let's forget that. A lot of songs YouTube block. If I play certain songs, for some reason, they block the whole video because you played that song. Other songs, some songs they let through. Other songs, you got to trim it out, kind of thing. So a lot of songs that I like to play, I can't play anymore. But they're still listed in our soundtrack, the songs. Ziana Zane has great songs. Pavlov's Dog, great songs, and so on. One Way Ticket, that self-help song. Oh, there's so many songs, yeah. Okay, so the gambit, the theory is that religion, meaning the distortion and the twisting of the tales we're telling, the dreams, myths and fairy, the work of the storytellers. So they co-opted that, twisted it a bit, shaped it up a little bit, okay, and then twisted it to keep people interested in it, because there's an uncanny interest in it, but you're twisting it to keep people traumatized and infantilized and imagine a good breast in the sky. But the point is, the speaker at the podium is not telling you that what they're telling you is a metaphor for internal dynamics. They're concretizing outwardly. Now you're saying it's out. It's all true on the outside. Nothing to do with the inside. Well, give me a break. The storytellers are saying, I'm telling you what's going on the inside to give you recognition and empathy. Well, forget about empathy. We want to pillage. We're in this manic panic to pillage. So we're trapped in this kind of loop. We froze up sadness. We can't get sadness back. The pain around that, we're in this manic pillaging. So we got to get sadness back. How do you get sadness back? Well, first you got to differentiate. How do you differentiate? You got to forgive the mother. Forgive the mother. Heal yourself. Forgive the mother. Heal yourself. See her as a person. She had a record. Find out her favorite jokes. Maybe she was a stinger personality pattern. So she's very traumatized. So she's going to traumatize her child to replay how she had been traumatized, because that's her record. Because she thinks by traumatizing her child, she's back in the nursery crying for love, but she's the aggressor now. So she's inverted it, because she can't be the victimized child again. So she's the aggressor. So Bergler says it like this: a negative magic gesture. When the mother traumatizes her child, it's as if the mother's saying to her mother in the mind, "Hey, mother in the mind, could you please change your ways?" Mother in mind, what are you talking about? Well, I'm going to show you what you did to me. You see my child here, your grandchild here? I'm going to be like you, and I'm going to treat my child the way you treated me to show you how you treated me. So can you change your ways? It's not going to work. But that's her replaying the record. That's her fantasy, that when she plays the record, she's still back in the nursery. Mother, love not shame, love not shame. You say, I'm going to shame the child, showing you how you shamed me. So she's playing the record like this. So, okay, so now when we forgive the mother and recognize some of this, okay, forgiveness leads to healing, okay, and then you heal the splits. Again, see your mother as a person who's traumatized. Okay, it's not her fault that she's traumatized. She's traumatized. Just recognize some of this. Talk about it, feel it. As you're feeling, a floor is being laid down. As you differentiate, feelings are coming back. Simultaneously, as you're differentiating, sadness comes at the console. Sadness runs the console, drives the car. Okay, then when you finish the morning process, or as much as you can each time, okay, then more or less joy can run. Maybe it flips back and forth. But you want your golden ball and your feeling self to sort of drive the console. Maybe it gets lost again. Well, then you got to do some more work and get it back again. You got to keep rebuilding that differentiation. So one self-help book is entitled simply, Forgive Your Parents, Heal Yourself. How do you forgive your parents? So we have a whole major thread on forgiveness. I could spend an hour on it easily. Okay, what I'm leading up to is Sanford. I feel like I needed some kind of background to kind of cover this quote here today by Sanford, because he's really, I think he's like an immense authority in this area. I'm so much hoping that somebody will digitize his lectures and tapes that he gave in the 80s. So apparently in the 80s, he was speaking a lot about psychological interpretations of these religious stories. Right? And he had it all taped. He created I think he helped co-found a company, like an audio publishing company called Journey into Wholeness. But I can't find it. It's like they went defunct or something. He passed away a long time ago, whenever, I don't know, in the 90s or something. And that company went out. Where are his tapes? Somebody must have his tapes. I'm really hoping somebody will digitize his tapes, because it's rich, healing, psychological material. Here's a guy who knows all about the unconscious life, and he has the conscious. He's really a great teacher. I would think that John A. Sanford, again, I'm talking about the so-called Jungian John A. Sanford guy, plus Mel Faber, they'd be like the Batman and Robin of healing the soul in a way, right? Like that's quite a dynamic duo, Sanford and Faber. You know, I mention this because we have a quote from the TV legal drama, Judd for the Defense. I think that character, Judd, and his assistant, Ben, they resemble Batman and Robin, so I was calling them the Batman and Robin of the legal team. I think Sanford and Faber would be like the Batman and Robin of helping to create the yin-yang in us, you know, helping to circulate and heal in ourselves. That's a symbol of healing. The yin-yang symbol is a symbol of wholeness. Therefore, it's a symbol of health. It's a symbol of the self. Okay? It's a symbol of who we're meant to be. It's our natural state. It's our uniqueness. I really have a newfound appreciation for that Tai Chi symbol, the yin-yang symbol. Looks pretty simple, doesn't it? But it's a symbol of the self. The yin, the dark portion, is your feeling, your inner life. And the brighter, the white side, that's the yang, like the act of doing that, because you have your feeling. So you have your body, you have your feeling, and then you're doing from your body. So you're embodied, so you make sense. And the whole thing's a circle, it's a flow there, and you're in harmony like this. Now, Sanford was saying the mandalas that people draw, they're also symbols of the self. And he said that in some, like ancient times, there were like stained glass windows, like the rosary and all this. He thought maybe somebody had some dreams about something like that. I don't know yet. The mandalas are very attractive and all this. They're nice to look at. But I don't have like I don't personally have like a conscious. How is that a symbol of the self? It's very colorful. You know, when you look in the kaleidoscope, it's very colorful. Yeah, it's very nice and all. But how is that a symbol of? When I look at the yin yang symbol, it's immediate. I get it. The whole circle, like the whole thing. Okay? It's like the totality of the person with the two sides, our inner life and our outer life. Inside out, as beloved, so below. So maybe one meditation might be when you're walking. Maybe I can try it here. Like when I'm speaking, I keep that symbol in mind. So the dark portion is your body, or unknown, right? Your feeling self. The ground, your body, right? And then if you keep that there, then your speaking will be brighter, maybe more harmonious. You're saying what you feel, kind of thing. So I think it's a great symbol. I saw once that there's a Ferris wheel somewhere in it's either west of China or southwest of China. I forgot the name of the province. But there's this massive Ferris wheel with that massive Tai Chi symbol in it, the yin-yang. And at a distance, you can see the Ferris wheel going around. And in the middle of it is the yin-yang symbol. And plus around it, they got the I Ching characters, the hexagrams or something. They call it, I think it's called the Bagua Ferris wheel, the I Ching, the Book of Changes. And Sanford was saying, is that right? That the characters, Chinese characters, they're also like little symbols of the self, each one. Interesting, I'll look into that. I don't know about. Anyway, let's do something basic first. So the yin-yang symbol theory is it's a symbol of the self, a symbol of wholeness, a symbol of health and harmony and healing. And we want that healing of the dialogue from our feeling and our consciousness, of our unconscious, the flow there. We're connected to ourselves. You don't want like a gap. You don't want the. That's why it's circled. It holds the two, right? It's similar to the third side of the coin holding the other two sides of the coin, right? The third side of the coin holds, wells, handles, or whatever, accepts, contains, accepts, holds, welcomes, loves. Yeah, accepts. Let's just say accepts the other two sides. So you want to look for the third side of the coin. The third side holds the other two sides. The third side is a circle, like the yin-yang. It's continuous, just like understanding itself. invaded with the mother's impingement, demanding, engulfing, clinging, demanding. It kind of violates the baby's sort of soul and integrity. Hey, stock lady, who invades? Because my mother invaded me. My mother emotionally invaded me. Well, who invades? Oh, that's part of the really? You think participating in that is going to heal and stop the mother from invading your your psychic soul boundaries? Not going to work. Nutricide. The baby has a need for certain maternal nutrients from the mother, right? Hey, stock lady, who destroys the nutrients in the soil? That'll reflect how my mother destroyed my need for emotional maternal nutrients from the mother. I become the aggressive mother. I want to replay that. The present can be symbolic of the past. So what can be symbolic of the past? Well, who destroys the nutrients? And oh my God. That seems to be the cynical slogan of one organization: destroy the food. So we can see in such a short period of time, the soil is so damaged now, right? That's to know that the people doing this didn't get the maternal nutrients from the mother. So, as beloved, so below. That's the theory, right? So this thing that we're doing is the puppet master or the trickster or the paid piper saying, hey you, what you're doing, I'm telling you what your mother did to you. What you're doing outwardly is for you to know what your mother did in the nursery. I know it sounds like out there, but it's just brainstorming here, so bear with me here. Next one here. Mother as sociopath. Okay. The baby might think that his mother was a sociopath, right? So if the mother exploited the baby and didn't care, the baby might think his mother was a sociopath. So they identify with the mother. Hey, stock lady, I saw a documentary that says the pillaging and the short sellers, they act like sociopaths and psychopaths. And they don't even personally take responsibility because they create this imaginary word or something, and they're the ones do it. The corporation is like this made-up thing, and so persons aren't responsible. It's this made-up thing. So corporations. So there's a documentary that says the corporation is a psychopath or something. Hey, buy me shares on that because my mother was a psychopath, sociopath. So people created the pillaging system with this shell thing or whatever it is, or the shadow thing, or this kind of veiled thing, and that's responsible for the pillaging and the plundering, not the individuals in it. So the individuals in it use the veiled thing as a proxy for the individuals, and the group, abstract group thing that that's responsible, not any person. So they say this veiled thing is responsible, and it has the rights of a psychopath, because the mother was a psychopath and she had the right to pillage and plunder the baby's soul. Nobody stopped the mother. Nobody said, stop mother. Father didn't protect the baby from the mother. This kind of thing. So the mother had that immunity kind of thing. So the corporation as psychopath has that kind of, and they give themselves immunity in their systems because the mother had immunity to pillage and harm this child's soul. Okay, so the way we're acting in the present outwardly is a mirror to make us conscious of what happened and what went down in the nursery. Okay, so we gotta forgive the mother for doing this because she's traumatized and she has intergenerational trauma and she's replaying her record and she's not aware that what happened to her. When the mother traumatizes her baby, she's meant to know that she was traumatized. So the mother's got to make that link. Okay, next one here. Sorry. The lighting here is not so great here. Okay, this PR thing. So the baby sends out his goodness. The baby sends out his waste and wants the maternal feeding. But also, babies want to be seen good. Enter the PR thing. So the short sellers will pillage and plunder, destroy the planet, but they want everyone to see them in a positive light. Hey, so they'll hire people who specialize in this and to brainwash the people that they're wonderful, they're amazing. They destroy the food supply, they pollute the planet, and they brainwash us to admire them. You see, mother, see how I tricked all these people to think well of me? Well, that's what I wanted from you. I wanted you to see me in a well way. I wanted you to think well of me and see me well. You didn't get that. So I had to trick it to show you what I wanted. Berger calls this like a magic gesture, right? Really? Doing that is going to change what happened in the nursery? Reality testing, it doesn't. But the person doing this is for him to know, or for her to know, that the mother didn't see them in a positive light. Because she was traumatized, because she wasn't seeing herself in a positive light when she was in the nursery back then, wherever it was, because she was traumatized. So we're homotraumicus, and when it's trauma we repeat, called intergenerational trauma. Create a mirror, we can heal ourselves, right? So that's why I think we need to find those Johnny Sanford tapes and get them digitized. I think he should have been like an international. I think he should have been a massive public intellectual, that guy there, with Mel Faber at his side, something like that. Throw in Masterson, get Karen Horney, Edmund Berger. They should have been like massive public intellectuals, not this controlled nonsense, you know, this frivolous shows they're engaged in. Ingratitude. So just a reminder there, the baby, if anything, only has ingratitude. Gratitude is a developmental byproduct of having been loved. If the baby's loved, it then expresses itself in one way. It expresses that love is gratitude. So the short sellers don't have gratitude, they only have ingratitude. They're also called injustice collectors. They get something good, well, it wasn't perfect, so they're ingratitude. Their yardstick is the infantile perfection that no one can offer. That's their yardstick, the bliss, the perfect bliss mother. No one can offer that. They're disappointed. So they're enraged and they're reliving the hate. So gratitude's not. So that's why so at this point, I normally would play Carl Sagan's clip, Moving Towards Gratitude, Evolutionary Gratitude, and Katja Epstein's song Diese Welt, about gratitude, and De Rosa's quote that humans are like from the earth, and here's a clue, we're 70% salt water, just like the earth. And one famous scientist said, treat the earth at least as well as you treat yourself. So we have a relationship with the earth. So we have a feeling self, ontological self. We also have like an ecological self, relationship to the earth kind of thing. So let's have some evolutionary gratitude that it took billions of years for this speck of dust to be here. Trillions of years maybe, who knows? Then more billions of years to get the life on here. And more billions of years. Let's have some gratitude for all this, you know? So Katja Epstein, again with her song, our little speck of dust, maybe just this one little speck of dust, but hey, it's our speck of dust, it's our home, you know? Oh boy, hold on a sec. Maybe I can close the door, huh? Where are we here? You double think. Oh boy, the prejudice. Okay, well, we talked about prejudice a little bit. Let me close the door here. Hold on a sec. I wonder if I can get better lighting. If I go this, do I get better lighting this way? Yeah, it seems to be. Hold on a sec. Maybe I can move here. Gotta keep this plugged in. Let me try this. Is the lighting better here? It seems to be a little better, right? Let's try this for a bit. Okay, let's get this out of the way here. I always give the waitress my speech about sugar, you know. They're very surprised about it. I just said it's a theory about sugar. How concentrated sugar. One theory is it sucks the moisture from your scalp, then you lose your hair. So one theory about hair loss is if the child eats too much sugar, the sugar is processed, So originally it was in a sugar cane or in the beet or whatever it was, but then they dried it out into this powdered stuff, right? This granular thing. So it goes into the body, and the body's going, hey, where's the water here? This isn't a mango or a pineapple. Where's the juice? Where's the water? It's searching for water, so it sucks the water from your scalp. Okay, now your follicles are unnourished and dried out, and it's dried out, and your hair falls off. So one theory, I don't know, just speculation. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nutritionist. My disclaimer again, I'm not a doctor, not a midwife. I'm not a doula. Okay, what's the next one here? Okay, we mentioned doublethink already. Yeah, so doublethink. In the primary process world, there's a lot of doublethink. The self and the other are blurred. Yeah. So the mother aggressed the baby. Baby identifies as the aggressor. When they replay that and shame others to replay how the mother shamed them, they're going to feel badly from the originality of the mother shaming them. When they replay and spin off and recreate how the mother shamed them by acting as the aggressor shaming others, that simultaneously they may feel badly of how the mother shamed them. At that moment, how do they account for that pain? Hocus pocus, double focus, auto-hypnosis. Okay, the one they just shamed, they'll just say, hurt them. And they're the victim. Because the self and the other are blurred. They can easily flip it around like that. Okay. So the person with the bully pattern, for example, will hurt others, and they feel badly about it. Oh, they just hurt me, and they believe it. See, it's mad in there. The primary process thinking, it's mad in there. Right? So we got to understand this primary process mentation. Okay, displacement, symbolization, condensation, timelessness, doublethink, this whole flip-flopping thing. Okay, the baby's nursing to the mother. She's doing it wrong. That's not my mother. The goddess is my mother, but he's relating to the mother who's frustrating him, thinking that's not his mother. Something else. So there's a splitting going on. So we gotta give secondary mentation, lend secondary mentation to the primary mentation that reorganizes and recognizes, and then that's the healing journey to make the unconscious conscious. So we need ego for this. Again, psychoanalysis looks for an egg, healing, or golden ball, but we need a basket first. So we need an ego. What's this one again? Double things part. So prejudice is a huge part. We talked about, let's not, oh boy, that's a 3-hour video right there, the prejudice one. Jesus Christ. So there's an unconscious, that expression, right? Okay, let's just do one point about prejudice. So one is, we mentioned the scapegoating the child one, right, the family casualty. So scapegoating is prejudice, of course. But another one that's underappreciated maybe is the stranger anxiety one. So here's a variation of stranger anxiety theory. If the baby's removed from the mother in the first few weeks, let's say the father picks up the baby and says, hey baby, look at me, I'm your dad. Baby's going, whoever you are, you robbed me of my mother. I have no mother here. I froze up inside, petrified, turned to stone. My emotionality is stone-like now. And you caused that. You call yourself father. Well, you're a frightening creature here. I'm enraged at you. I can't know that rage. So I'll make an image of you as a dangerous, devouring, greedy, selfish person. And you're threatening and all this. And you caused me to freeze up. You took away my mother, made me freeze up. You're really, it creates an image of this. Okay, that's repressed. That leads to stranger anxiety. So later on, they feel safe with somebody, or they want opportunity to replay it. They may fly that image they created onto non-threatening substance others and say how bad and dangerous they are. They're talking about the own image they created, right, of the one who took them away from. So they might be talking about the father in this case. So somebody has immense prejudice towards, oh, they're this, they're that, dangerous, they're fill in the blank and all this, right? They're talking about how they felt towards the father. But the father was benign. But from their baby's point of view, the father was a monster and threatening and dangerous and all this. So prejudice can come from this so-called stranger anxiety. The real stranger anxiety is the father or the mother who separated the baby from the mother. Ouroboros, the snake in a circle biting his tail, it's got to go. That means there shouldn't be a third. It's just the mother-infant dual unity. Keep that phrase in mind. Dual unity, the oneness between mother and the baby. Just like the baby's in the uterus, it's just the two of them. In the extended uterus, metaphorical uterus, called the stage of symbiosis, undifferentiation, merging, fusion, mother-infant dual unity, unico mystica, paradise continues. It's just a mother and a baby. The role of the father and the grandmother and all that is to make the mother comfortable so the baby feels safe in the extended paradise. Don't break the baby's paradise. Someone picks up the baby, hey baby, look at me, I'm your grandmother. Well, whoever you are, I hate you, I'm enraged at you. So he creates an image of this, and that leads to stranger anxiety. So later on, when someone's safe or because someone else has the same issue. Oh, so now they collude together. So remember, when two stingers get together, they always have a scapegoat hunger. So they'll find some non-threatening substitute other. Okay. And part of this theory about what may facilitate the selection of this, one theory is that somebody says that people may associate the shade of brown tone of skin as having more of their feelings, the melanin, the feelings. Because the loss, I don't get this per se, but when many people with the shade of beige tone of skin, maybe the lifestyle or something made them freeze up inside. I don't know, I don't get it, lack of sun. So they feel like they lost their feelings. They call that passion. They're afraid of that because of the rage imagery that caused the loss of the passion. They see others with a shade of brown tone of skin. They may associate that maybe they're less traumatized or something in the maternal area, and they have a shade of brown tone of skin. Well, think about passion maybe, but the projector associates passion with the monster image. So they fly the stranger anxiety image that caused them to lose their passion, say those with the shade of brown tone of skin of passion, and they link that to the image that they created of what caused them to lose their passion. And that might be sort of the selection process of envy, right? Mother hated the child's passion. Others who may be seen as more passionate, maybe, people with the shade of brown tone of skin, they tend to have one theory about, I don't get it, but maybe the sun and the melanin, maybe it's healthier, so they're more athletic or something, better dancers and more rhythmic, and so they're considered having more passion and all this. Ideally, it should be idealized, right? Like, they got passion, they got vitality and all this. That's what I just mentioned is not really included in our collection here. It's sort of like on the back burner. What is all that about with envy of passion? And those with the shade of brown have passion from the unconscious perspective. If they associate the loss of melanin with the loss of power, I don't get that. How does? Yeah. A question mark about that. So there's a whole prejudice is basically projection, something you don't know, you don't want to know about yourself. You find a non-threatening substitute others, and you say they have it. Now, who's safe? Well, somebody's far away, let's say. They're safe. They're impoverished, they're damaged, and you say bad things about them. I don't know. Okay. I'm not doing a good job at that point. So prejudice is a massive topic. I need to spend a separate thread on that one. I don't know why I even have it in here. Okay, projective identification. The source point of this, when the baby's nursing, the baby thinks the mother's him, so the mother should feel what he's feeling. Now the mother picks up the signal what the baby's feeling. The mother soothes the baby. If that fails, later on, they coax others to feel what they're feeling, with the fantasy that if others can feel what they're feeling, so they coax them into it, taunt them into it, tease them into it. Baby felt hopeless, scared, powerless, and raged. Get others to feel these distressing kind of feelings. Then they think they're back in the nursery. Oh, the person in the present's feeling what I'm feeling. They're back in the nursery. Oh, mother's getting what I'm feeling. Maybe mother will soothe me because they got the message. It doesn't work. Nobody in the present can be the good breast mother for the past. So enter games people play, duplicity, gaslighting, all these tricks and lies and manipulations and rhetoric and PR lies and all this kind of games people play in duplicity. And it ultimately traces back for the quest to think that if someone else can feel what you're not what you don't know that you're feeling, I guess then you're oneness, that the mother's you. So you want the person in the present to be you in the sense that the baby's one with the mother's them. Get it? So the person in the present wants someone in the present to be them. In the emotionality of the place where the baby thought the mother was him, and the mother being an extension of him would soothe him, but the mother isn't him, but the baby doesn't know that. The baby thinks the mother is him. So in the projective identification, you want to trick others, coax others to feel what you're feeling, but you don't know that you're feeling it. Now, it doesn't work, but the trick is there's a secondary gain by this. If they coax others to feel distressed, they feel omnipotent, grandiosity, they've identified with the aggressor, so they don't feel it within, if they see it externalized. So it's a defense against not knowing that it's within. But if they can get others to feel sad, upset, anxious and all, then they know that's within. So it's a mirror to know what's within. As beloved, so below. We project to know what's within. So there is an opportunity to heal when we behave in a way to get others to feel such and such. Now the Schadenfreude part about this is that you get some relief, because you do feel anxiety inside. Someone else expresses for you, you get some relief by this. Hence the Schadenfreude aspect of it. And if they identify with the aggressor doing it, the mother had pleasure and comfort from the baby. So that's the pain relief. So I think pain relief and Schadenfreude are kind of linked like this. How the fill-in-the-blank creates fill-in-the-blank countries. It's a title of a book. I don't want to mention it fully. Let's modify it. How the short-selling mechanism, whatever, creates pain, poverty, and misery. Because the baby felt pain, poverty, and misery. Hey, stock lady, who creates pain, poverty, and misery? So the book is called How the Fill-in-the-Blank Creates SH, fill-in-the-blank, HO. Okay. I don't like to mention it, right? And sure enough, a lot of countries are considered. Now, members of that countries don't want to be referred to. It's really an insult to injury for them to think that about their own country, because they do have some pride in trying to heal and all this. So it's a tough phrase. So it's hard to repeat that one. It's a title of a book, How the short sellers create all this pain, poverty, and misery. And they have a phrase for it, SH, fill in the blank, fill in the blank, fill in the blank, fill in the blank, LE, countries or something. So the baby felt miserable in all this, right? So, hey, stock lady, who creates all this poverty and misery? Because I felt misery inside. As beloved, so below. Or homotraumicus, we got to heal ourselves. LIHOP, an acronym, LIHOP, let it happen on purpose. Baby set up to fail. So when the baby's traumatized by the mother, he's sort of set up to fail in a way, right? Because he's going to keep on repeating and repeating, and he won't find his happiness. Hey, stock lady, who sets up others to fail? Because my mother set me up to fail, i.e. not be happy, not individuate, not know my goal of all, not know my true self. Stock lady, who sets up others to fail? Oh yeah, we create conditions out there, and then they're going to fail. And that's what indigenous people are always saying. You're creating conditions around us for us to fail. What are you doing to us here? Well, the people doing it are saying, well, when I was a baby, my mother did that to me. So I'm doing it to you so I can know what my mother did to me. We have a lot of good quotes from indigenous speakers. We have a lot of great quotes. A lot of our musical voices to 1001 Windmills of the Mind are from indigenous singers. Willie Mitchell, the one who sings Call of the Moose and Birch Bark Letter, Killing Your Mind, that one. and many others. Willie Dunn, okay, sings Children of the World, Son of the Sun. Brian Andre, a lot of great songs from Brian Andre, underappreciated singer. Natue, Ni Peti Peti, how's that the one? We got about 7 of his songs on there. He's kind of similar to Cashton. People have called him like a one-man Cashton, right? So Cashton is also on here. Edie Sappi, Beatrice Deer, Eastern Owl. Caitlin Johnson has a song called Gentle Warrior. So many others. Kelly Fraser. Susan Aglu-Kark. Claude McKenzie. A lot of great Indigenous singers. There's a few more in there. Sylvia Bernard. Je te Destiny, that one. Janny Luzon, a song called Broken Spirit. The Indigenous people feel broken spirit. Yeah, so there's another one there, right? So people, the baby felt their spirits broken. Yeah. A stock lady who breaks other people's spirits. So they do that. They don't want to feel people. And the short sellers have a joke. If we see people happy, we feel nervous. So that means the mother was nervous that the child was going to separate from her. Baby, you be dependent on me. I need you. Don't leave me, because you'll trigger my abandonment when I was abandoned by my mother, so you're going to be there for me. So the mother felt nervous to see the child's enthusiasm to know himself. Okay? So the mother broke the baby's spirit. Identification with the aggressor. A stock lady who breaks other people's spirits. So the short seller will say, yeah, we don't want to see other people too spirited, so they curb your enthusiasm, I guess they call it, right? So the mother said, baby, don't. So the baby has an enthusiasm to go through the developmental process. Okay? The acorn becomes the tree. There's a natural enthusiasm in all this. We got to forgive our mothers. They were traumatized, deeply traumatized, very traumatized. A lot of mothers are maybe war children. All right? A lot of mothers maybe didn't have a mother. If the mother comes from a pillaged, plundered country, then there's a lot of noise and pollution around. Children can't feel safe with all that stress. In many impoverished countries, they're not getting enough nourishment. Oh my God, a lot of these sad stories about mainly in Africa, right? Okay, hang on, let's do the next one. Okay, should. All right. Schuld, sorry. So in the German language, they use the same word for guilt and debt, called Schuld, I think. So the baby feels unconscious guilt for some strange reason. The baby feels it's his job to save the mother. The baby can't do it. He feels guilty. I didn't save the mother. I feel guilty. I'm wrong. I'm defective. I'm guilty. No good. He feels guilty. I couldn't save the mother. What? The baby's not guilty, but he feels guilty due to his magical thinking that he creates everything. Plus, he lies to himself when he hallucinates his mother's wonderful when she's not. So he's very guilty in there. A lot of unconscious guilt. So the baby feels unconscious guilt. Okay. A stock lady. I heard that guilt and debt are synonymous. Who creates debt onto others? That'll metaphorize how I feel unconscious guilt to my mother. Put others in debt means I'm in guilt debt to my mother. So if we heal this guilt debt to the mother, we can free things. People can be emotionally liberated. Okay, we did the reality testing one. This nonverbal one, I got to work on this one, the nonverbal issue. The baby doesn't have vocabulary, right? So when he's repeating things, this is all like behavioral issues. The baby would like to verbalize, Mother, I feel pain by what you're doing here. Can you realize? The baby would like to maybe express it. He can only do it in his nonverbal ways. Cry or something, or gesture, move around in an uncomfortable way. That's all nonverbal, right? So he was crying for love, but it was all nonverbal. Maybe the mother punished the child for crying too much or something. Get over it. The baby stopped crying, but he's still doing nonverbal things or something. So later on, people might do nonverbal things in their cry for love. So the example was, what was it again? Let's say people in town A, need workers or something. They don't pick up the phone and say, hey, town B, we got jobs here for some of your members if they're interested. They don't do that. They might actually just create the conditions in town B or destroy town B or something to compel the people to come in. Okay, we're here, how can we serve you? You see, mother, you see how I got these people to ask me and put words to, what can I do? Well, when I was a baby, I wanted you to ask me, how can I help you, baby? What do you need, baby? You didn't do it. So I got them to say, okay, we're here. We're here for you. How can I serve you? And see, and they're going to do it voluntarily, basically, or minimal salary or something, right? So this is all non-verbal. Why didn't the people in town A just pick up the phone and say, hey, town B, do you want to come have jobs? They don't. It's embarrassing. It triggers the memory and the pain, so they can't do it. So they do some action, so they destroy town B, compel the people to come in, and get them to verbalize, how can we help you? You brought us here. See, mother and mine, I wanted you to approach me and ask me what I needed. They're asking how we can serve. The irony of all this is emotional. They may not even need the extra label or something, or they do. Usually they do, I guess. Oh, what's the song in the background? Sounds familiar, right? Time after time. Who sings that song again? Time after time. I know this song, yeah. Once they played on the overhead, have you ever seen The Rain? Like a cover of it. And that's like have you ever seen the tree? Have you ever seen the flower? It means, can you enjoy the present? Can you be in the, because in trauma, we don't see things in the present. We're in the swoon, we're sleepwalking, we don't really enjoy the present. The slogan is, well, you've seen one tree, if you've seen one tree, you've seen them all. They don't enjoy the present. They're dwelling in the past. Back to the Greenberg quote, you have trouble living in the present. Have you ever seen the rain? Really enjoy the present nature, beautiful, natural expression, nature. You have trouble enjoying the present, so you're dwelling in the past, living in the past. You don't see the present, you distort the present. You can't enjoy the present, you're afraid to enjoy the present. Because the baby had his presence, he had his golden ball, it was squelched, he's afraid now. Have you ever seen the rain? No, I'm afraid to. Meaning, have you ever enjoyed the present moment? That's what he means. I think that's code for that song there. Okay, hold on, what's the next one here? Non-verbal, can't make they can't make requests. The baby can't verbally make a request, right? So they ask for the help for the people in town B in a non-verbal way, in a dramatic non-verbal way. I think it's something like that. Some babies have a near-death experience, right? If the mother is pregnant and goes to a heavy metal concert and the baby's kicking around, he has prenatal distress syndrome. The cord is twisted around his neck. He's not breathing properly. He's kicking to try to unravel the cord. Mother says, look, little Junior inside is going to be a soccer star. Or a football star, right? So he was deprived of oxygen and all this. Hey, stock lady, I was deprived of oxygen. I didn't breathe very well. Who pollutes the air? Because I'm the aggressor now. I want to deprive others of clean, fresh air, because I was deprived of clean, fresh air by my mother, because she went to the heavy metal concert when I was pregnant. Or the mother was arguing all the time, and the mother's cortisol went into the placenta, entered into the child, and the child is all charged up already when he's born. Oh my God, right? That's the theory. There's a comedy film about this called Bob's Enlarged Amygdala. It's an indie film. It's about maybe 25 minutes long. They have a thing called EAS, enlarged amygdala syndrome. So that if the child is stressed, joy and sadness get frozen away, the angers them, all enraged and all this. And it can literally, the theory is, it may literally, I don't know if it's just like an analogy or an as-if thing. Maybe it's an as-if thing. Some people say it can literally enlarge the amygdala. It's hyperreactive and all this. So with trauma, the amygdala gets too enlarged. Either literally or metaphorically, meaning overstimulated. Sometimes people notice this, boy, you've got a real radar antenna, don't you? Like that's your hyper-amygdala while watching every little thing. So. What's the next one here? Oh yeah, so the air pollution. So the stock lady who pollutes the air, because that'll symbolize how my mother gave me bad air or breathing difficulties. Who gives others breathing difficulties? Oh yeah, we can invest in those companies. So if the person does that specifically, unconsciously, that's to know maybe there was some kind of maybe sometimes, maybe it's not again, these are just approximations here, right? We're exploring here. Controlled, next one here, controlled opposition. Plus those that don't even realize they're it. Oh yeah, oh yeah, so some people are like, what is it again? Typhoid Mary, they don't even know they're doing it. So the theory about this controlled opposition thing, as I understand it, is the child who's being abused by his mother would hope that the father can protect the child from the abusive mother. So the father would be, maybe there's a promise there, Dad, are you going to protect me from the abusive mother? Can I connect with you? Get me away from this abusive mother? So, but the father usually says, no, mother knows best. So he's the controlled opposition, controlled by the mother. Father saying mother knows best, the mother controlled the opposition. So nowadays, usually it's with the environmental issues. Most of these voices about the environment, they're control opposition. Their family is polluting the planet. They just nominate one of the kids in the family. Okay, pretend to be against it. You're controlled, we control you, kind of thing. So, and they may even own shares in it, and maybe they are bragging about it. In this thing called doublethink. You see what I'm doing? I'm destroying the planet, making a profit, but I want you to see me in a positive light. So, again, with the doublethink. So this kind of thing may refer to how the child had hoped the father would have been a genuine opposition to the mother to protect the child from the abusive mother. That didn't take place. So maybe that's what's going on in there. Okay, passivity, resistance is futile, emotional surrender. So the baby felt passivity, he couldn't resist, he kind of surrendered kind of thing, right? Hey, stock lady, who creates that onto others? Because I've identified with the aggressor. If I create that onto others, I'm replaying the record that I had of my mother did that to me. She made me passive and helpless and powerless. So who gives that to others? As beloved, so below. Next one here, related to this is this whole dependency thing. So the baby's totally dependent on the mother. So who I want others to be dependent on me, right? So in the plundering and pillage, creating poverty, well, they're dependent on the person who's doing that, right? Again, the diplomat steals your watch and then charges you for the time. So the people are dependent on, oh, tell me the time, please. So this issue of making others dependent is to know that they were in pain and still feel emotionally dependent on the shaming mother because they become the shaming mother, hence they're very dependent. So the fusion is still there. They didn't achieve their independence from the mother, their emotional independence from the mother. The only way to do that is to forgive her for not providing the love to do so. So again, back to forgiveness here. Okay, this one about, so we often hear, okay, so again, as beloved, so below. So maybe we hear this phrase outwardly, invisible government, shadow government, secret government, etc. So we can use that as beloved, so below. Well, the puppet master is kind of like a person's individual secret government, invisible government, shadow government, right? Because it's getting us, the puppet, to do what it wants. The unconscious self is getting us to reorder. It's going to get us to distort the present, misperceive the present, misunderstand the present. We don't know why we're doing this, saying this. Why did I choose this? Well, the unconscious self is doing it, right? Just like in the outer world, the so-called invisible government, whatever, tells the people in the front to do this and do that. Well, our unconscious self is telling us to do this and do that. As beloved, so below. So maybe we can just borrow this idea that the unconscious is kind of like an individual, that each individual has an invisible shadow secret government telling him what to do. That's the iceberg metaphor, a lot of energy in there. Okay. So we gotta recognize this. So Darrow calls the unconscious self the skeleton character, right? You want to welcome the unconscious self to the fireplace, treat him as an honored guest, and have a dialogue with him. He's a part of you, kind of thing. Next one here. Oh, this can't help myself one. No, Jesus. That one here. So one famous short seller, maybe it seems, I'm guessing, I'm not sure, it could be wrong. They said, oh, this short selling that we're doing, this plundering and pillaging, we can't help ourselves. That's in reference to repetition compulsion. The compulsion is we're not aware of it. If we're not aware of it, it's a compulsion. It's like we can't help ourselves, right? The person who falls in love instantly, madly, bedazzled by a woman who reminds them of their mother, it was like they can't help themselves. It's just like this neural networking thing, this triggering of the neural networking thing, right? So maybe that's in reference to this. So that maybe like that was like a clue that the pillaging and plundering is a repetition compulsion in the way a person can't help themselves. They feel anxiety, and they suddenly open the fridge and they're not physically hungry. They're not physically hungry, so why are they eating? They're eating for emotional reasons. They can't help themselves. I gotta eat that cookie. Okay, so when the baby's in pain, he gets endorphins. Emotional eating mimics that. You're in pain, get the food trance. The baby got endorphins. It's a trance when you get the endorphins. You feel pain. Re-trigger that endorphins by getting the food trance. That's Roger Gould's phrase. He has a book called Shrink Yourself. Yeah, that one there. About emotional eating. Okay, what's her name again? Teresa Bedek or something? Bedek or something? I forgot. She theorizes that if the mother's all distressed and upset and all this, it affects the quality and the quantity of her breast milk, right? The quality as well. So the baby's nursing, let's say she is breastfeeding, but the baby's all upset, the mother's all upset. The baby might reject it because the mother's all angry or something. It affects the quality of her breast milk. So the baby might be colicky or something. Oh, what is this, mother? The milk is not right or something. The baby's having a problem there. So the baby got bad milk, let's say. Or the powdered stuff is it, even though it's a trick otherwise to fool the brain. The powdered stuff is concentrated sugar, so it tricks the brain to send up serotonin. So the baby got bad milk. Hey, stock lady, my mother gave me bad food. Who gives others bad food? Oh my God. The quality of the food is getting worse and worse. I'm yearning for some delicious fruit. Where is it? You know, the watermelon. Oh my God, the watermelon. Jesus Christ. So the people who are destroying the watermelons, I think they're trying to know that the mother gave them bad milk. As beloved, so below. We're symbolically destroying the outer food outwardly to know that as a baby we didn't get good food, nutritious, delicious food from the mother. Just a theory. Just a theory. Like Robert Bly says, Forgive psychology for its jargon. Okay, a lot of euphemisms. Oh my God, a lot of euphemisms. A lot of examples here. Pivot. It's a dance? Oh my God. Well, I don't want to go there with that one. Jesus Christ. But the indigenous people, you know, they said, so in the 60s, 20,000 pregnant indigenous women, when they just had a baby, they ripped the baby from the mother's arms. They were abducted, they were stolen. 20,000 babies were just yanked away from these indigenous women who delivered a baby. No, it's ours, take it away. They called it the 60s scoop. So they created a euphemism. This harmless, nice sounding phrase, 60s. Oh, 60s were a happy time. Scoop, ice cream scoop. You phrase it to trick positive associations. No, this euphemism is a mask of the abduction and the trauma of 20,000 babies being stolen away from their mother's arms. So this euphemism, as beloved, so below. So when the baby's nursing with the mother, no, another scenario, when the baby's nursing with the mother might say, hey baby, I'm here for you, I love you. Euphemism. What if the mother's using the baby to comfort her? I'm hurting you because I love you, baby. I'm making you dependent on me because I'm there. What a euphemism. The mother might be saying sweet lullabies, but she's hurting the baby. So the baby heard positive words, but the actions were hurtful. Repetition compulsion. Say nice things while you're hurting. A lot of examples about this. Jesus Christ. Okay, I can't think of many right now. Okay, let's do the next one here. I already talked about in previous videos that annoying song. Oh yeah, so the euphemism. Oh yeah, so the example of the euphemism I gave the last time I did this video was I saw a news item from Bern, Switzerland, that they were going to they're going to consider legalizing something. Hang on a second. Oh, let's not do that. Let's skip that one. All right, let's do the next one here. Oh yeah, we talked about the one. No one made it illegal for the mother to abuse her baby. Pillage is considered legal. So-called fiduciary responsibility to make it legal. So short sellers, they make it legal by saying that the role of the short seller is to legalize the maximization of profit at the other people's expense. Because the mother got maximum profit at the baby's expense. So the mother was greedy. The baby was a hungry wolf, but saw the mother as that, imitate the mother. So, and it was legal for the mother to do this. So they legalized the pillaging and plundering system. They call it rules, follow the rules. That's like saying follow the rules of a vampire or something. You know, what's the next one here? Oh, we talked about, principle of discovery. We talked about that one. So that's euphemism, right? Well, principle of discovery sounds, we discovered something. Wow, that's great. What does that mean? No. So we know this. You know, and one lawyer, what's his name? Stephen Newcomb, is that right? Sorry if I got the name wrong. An indigenous lawyer. He pointed out something. He said there's a case in New Mexico or something where the indigenous people wanted a few acres of land, a sacred land that was theirs for 100,000 years. That's all they wanted. He said, no, principle of discovery. In 1400 such and such, when the pillaging went and, when they cranked up the pillaging and all this, we needed some kind of slogan. So the short sellers created a slogan, which is principle of discovery. It's a euphemism. What does it mean? It means that everything belongs to those with a shade of beige tone of skin. If you're a shade of brown, if somebody with a shade of brown tone of skin has something, well, instantly it belongs to those with a shaded base tone of skin. That's the trauma of the nursing situation, where the mother stolen land, stolen soul, pillaged the baby's soul. So they created a euphemism to hide that. But underneath, it's the repetition compulsion of the trauma of the mother shaming them, stealing their child's land soul. So we know all the horrible stories about this. Indigenous people are saying, oh my God, you're still doing it. Could you please get rid of this annoying slogan? They said, oh no. They said, oh no, literally. It's still in the books. It's still there, still in there. They still cite it. And the judge last year cited it. He said, no. There's a law. We created a slogan in the 1400 something that if there's land whereby there are people with a shade of brown tone of skin, i.e. indigenous people, in other words, who've lived there for 100,000 years in peace and harmony with nature, well, their skin tone is brown. So the principle of discovery means that land belongs to those with a shaded bone. Could you stop this annoying thing? And one judge, he said, quoted it. He's very traumatized to parrot that. Indigenous people, ironically, somebody said, have the rituals of loving the practice of still loving the baby and holding the baby. So their main psychology is, I'm not okay, you're okay. But in the stingers, they give up on that. They identify with the aggressor, take refuge in the grandiosity of the false belief that they're an infantile God, and say, I'm okay, you're not okay. That's called principle of discovery. The real discovery should be that for them to discover that they weren't loved. That would be a true discovery. Forgive the mother for that. Another discovery, she wasn't loved. That'd be like a healing discovery. Okay, what's next here? Hold on a sec. Oh yeah, I did this one here about a famous novelist. It's difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends upon his not understanding it. So that immediately reminded me of the baby situation. The baby cannot understand it. The baby cannot accept that the mother's hurting him. Okay. So later on, the novelist said, what is it again? It's difficult for a man to understand something when his salary depends upon his not understanding it. So the baby it's difficult for a baby to get even the basic milk if he understands that the mother's hurting him. He's got to hallucinate a goddess to not know the truth that the mother's hurting him. So later on, if people are in situations, well, I can't know it, just like the baby can't know it. So we create this kind of thing to know that the baby didn't feel safe with the mother. That's what that quote means. The baby didn't feel safe with the mother. The greatest hurt of all. Mother failed me. Now this is for women to think this for themselves with their mother. It's not like a boy blaming the mother. Daughters got to be angry at their mothers too. And those mothers have to be angry at their mothers. And so on up the line. And this took place 10,000 years ago. And fathers are... Let's give the guys some credit because they're into psychoanalysis. But no, hang on, that's not true. Melanie Klein, Margaret Muller, Karen Horney, 3 of our mentors. Those are considered the 3 mothers of psychoanalysis. There are mentors here. 3 of the mothers of psychoanalysis. Karen Horney, Margaret Muller, Melanie Klein. In my opinion, those 3 are. So yeah, let's give some women credit there. All right, way to go. Okay, this annoying movie. Okay, this is a film here, Insecurity. What is it? Baby turns to the mother after being robbed by her. So think about this. The mother robs the baby, right? Pillages the baby's soul. What does the baby do? Cries to the mother, mother, please help, please help. Okay, how do we recreate that? Okay, enter the indie film called Insecurity. Okay, written as 2 words, as in, what line of work are you in? Somebody says, well, I'm in retail. Somebody says, well, I'm in sales or whatever. And somebody says, well, I'm in security, like the security business. So it's an indie film about two guys who own a home alarm system company or something, in some mid-sized city or something. But it was a peaceful, small city or something, right? And they weren't making any business. So they capitalized unconsciously that when they were a baby, the mother robbed them, and they as a baby turned to the mother for help. So they repeat this. So at night, those guys put on their robber outfits or whatever, would rob their neighbors. The next morning, the victims would run to them and say, please help. We were robbed last night. And the victims don't know that they're turning to the ones that robbed them. This is the whole premise of the film. It's called Insecurity. Not a famous film. I think Duval, the daughter, Shelley Duvall, is that right? Something Duvall. It's either Shelley Duvall or another Duvall, I forgot. She's sort of the most recognizable name in the film. Right? So they recreated in the present, as beloved, so below. So they created a scenario where they rob others and get them to come to them. Like when they were a baby, they were robbed by the mother, and as a baby, they went to the mother. Identification with the aggressor, okay. Rob their neighbors, get the neighbors to come to them. As beloved, so below. The patterns we see outwardly reflect or mirror the patterns that went down between the baby and the mother. Sons and daughters. Okay. Daughters, victims of the mother, she has the electric complex. Sons, victims of the mother, he has the mother complex. With the daughter, we call it the electric complex. I'm using Halberstadt's phrase for it. Okay, that daughter grows up, she comes to Jocasta. Son grows up, he comes to Elias complex. Repetition compulsion, right? Meaning there's a negative union and no one felt safe to know themselves. The energy turned backwards. Okay, next one here. Okay, yikes, here's a new one here. I didn't know this. So I have never mentioned this one before. I'm kind of hesitant to do this. But I didn't really know too much about this. But in the 50s or something, there was a very famous novel called The Ugly Fill in the Blank, right? So likewise, I didn't know this, just recently I saw, there's a book in Canada called The Ugly Fill in the Blank. Hang on a sec. What's my note here about it? Popular book. 1958 novel by Ledger and Eugene something. Can't even read my own handwriting here. So the baby felt shame. That's ugly, right? The baby felt shame, okay? Baby identifies with the aggressor, and they may act like how those guys are talking about in that book. The ugly fill in the blank. So that book, the one in Canada by what's his name? Eves? Something? Ingler or something? I haven't read it, of course. But he says, yeah, you know. So if anyone's acting in that way, in a shameful way, it's because when they were a baby, the mother shamed them. They identify with the shamer. Acting in an aggressive way towards others, a rude way towards others, means the mother did that to them. From the baby's perception of him not getting his needs met, baby perceiving the mother as being rude to them and feeling icky about that. So repetition compulsion, they identify with the aggressor, okay, treat others in a negative way, the way the mother treated them. So I think that's maybe links to this challenging phrase, the ugly fill in the blank. Let's not talk too much about that one. I'm not trying to focus, I'm not trying to get it like in a blaming mode here. Okay, I'm trying to focus on this language of psychoanalysis. Okay, inside out. Heal the inside or outside is doing. If we're wounded on the inside, our outside is troubled. If you're not in your body, you're not making sense. So we can use some of the things we see outside as mirrors to know what happened in the nursery. Then we go from there. So that's just like a thread, right? Something on the outside links you to something on the inside, links you to the nursery situation. Okay. Now you got to be a psychological detective to understand the parents, find out their favorite jokes, their earliest memories, their people, they're traumatized, recognize this, the truth of the feelings by that. Okay. Then you differentiate, sadness comes on the console, you mourn the loss, then joy comes to the console, that's the healing. Then you're back on track to I'm okay, you're okay. So we've got to lift the anchor. Mourning and grieving is that. So in the film Kirikou and the Sorceress, a French fantasy cartoon film called Kirikou and the Sorceress, there's an image in there where little Kirikou was able to lift the thorn from the woman's back, and she felt a huge release, and then she could develop and she could grieve. So she faced that. So that means any person faces that moment of the greatest hurt of all, that point when they lose the golden ball. This must be the place. Okay, Robert Bly, when he tells the story, the dog gets yanked down, something. It's like a dog is an animal who's individuated, right? So any animal is a symbol of individuation. They're truly what they are, right? Okay. So yesterday was the tiger, right? So the guy has a dog there, symbol of individuation. Okay, got pulled down. So when Robert Bly tells that story, and he gets to that point in the story, he pauses. This must be the place. Now you're facing that time when the golden ball went down. The loss of the individuation, the stunted development, the freezing effect, feeling unreal, in a swoon, numbed over, etc. We mentioned the broken spirit one already, yeah. Baby was robbed of his happiness, so they robbed others of their happiness. Addicted to pain, endorphins. I think that's 42, right? Yeah, so that's it. That's more or less the 42 ways repetition compulsion offers us mirrors to know what happened in the nursery, so we can then go on to forgive the mother for the pain that we felt in the nursery with her. Okay. That's the theory. This is the look at that, eh? This is the longest video in our collection so far. I hope it's been helpful. I hope some of the ideas have been of interest, pique your curiosity. Once again, my disclaimer, I'm not an analyst. I have been analyzed, keep that in mind, it's my disclaimer. Ordinary BA I have been analyzed. I think Sanford was very lucky at the age of 22 to get an analysis. I think he said he had three shrinks, so he really did the work. He was immersed in metaphor growing up as a child, and then he made it conscious with the psychoanalysis. That's why I'm very much hoping somebody will digitize his lectures that he gave during the 80s. In the meantime, I'll post quotes from his books. His name is John A. Sanford, not the novelist guy who writes the scary movies and all, scary novels. Forget that nonsense. I'm talking about the psychologist guy, the so-called Jungian guy. He calls himself a minister and a pastor, but he also went to Switzerland and got the Jungian thing. So yeah, this Mr. Jung guy, I have mixed feelings about him. It seems his greatest contribution is what his followers have done. He seems to have stimulated an immense interest in the unconscious. Oh yeah, who was it? Was it Sanford? Said Mr. Jung tried to shrink a religion. Never mind which religion. He named the religion and said, and Mr. Jung, according to him, I'm going to imagine as a person. I'm going to personify fill in the blank religion and put him on the couch and shrink this. Haas says the same thing. He says we have to analyze these books, these psychological documents, give interpretations to tales and things. Yeah. So Sanford also gave me a little extra appreciation the positive intention of all these religious stories is that they're originally from the unconscious, but people are not aware of it. These religious stories, for the most part, or mostly, or almost all of it, trace back to the storytellers when they were creating stories to create fantasized imaginings of psychological traits, describing the traumatized psyche. That's the tough thing to do. How do we describe a traumatized psyche? Well, there's just elements there, right? Shame, okay, fiery, burning, biting feeling, okay, hell of scenery, right? Okay. Losing the golden ball, okay, yanked, Miss Cord gets pulled down. Baby splits, okay, fairy godmother, wicked witch. So these kinds, and so on and so forth, right? Any final thoughts, sir, before we close this video? Any questions? Yeah, okay. So these are windmills of the mind, right? Windmills of the mind. Hey, give me a minute here to reboot my computer. Hold on a sec. I want to play our theme song at the end here. Hold on a sec. Bear with me. Hang on a sec. Oh, finally. Okay, let's reboot my computer. Hopefully that'll work. What I want to do is end up with our theme song, 1001, Windmills of the Mind. A sec. Oh, yikes. What happened here? What's this one? Oh, here we go. Oh, here it is. Okay. Let's end up. Yeah, okay, I'd like to. Oh, hold on a sec. What happened here? Uh-oh. Okay, I gotta, my battery's running out. Okay, thanks very much. See you in the next video.